Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Marcelo. Where are you? Are you
Uh,
California,
no,
Texas?
in California, I am home. I am home.
I'm gonna go get my cup of coffee and I'll be back in just a minute when everybody
Okay.
else is back.
Welcome, Marcelo. So glad you're here, realizing this
Thank you. Thank you so much,
first
Donna.
group. Thank you for signing on just a few minutes before the hour. That's so helpful because it helps us start on time.
Hmm.
And are you prepared today to also do your care statement
Yes, I
and
I I sent
learning goals? Great. You emailed them to,
spiritual care statement learning goals.
did you email it to me this morning?
Yes.
Okay, let me pull it up. Thank you so much.
No, thank you too.
I got it.
I have a question about to the my report, the clinical hours.
Yes.
So this report I will send to you only or send to the
Site
uh
supervisor.
oh, okay, okay.
So it's an email that's just the clinical hours report, and you
Mm-hmm.
have to email it to both me and the site supervisor.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Every week. You're welcome. Alice, I see you. We're waiting on Lisa. Good. Wait. Good morning to you. Lisa's our
Yes.
new person.
Good morning.
Everybody else is. We're just gonna make the slightest adjustment in our schedule today to be able to hear Marcelo's um, sharing, and he'll do it right at the logistics part. I won't need all that time, so we'll have time for him. I'll only need about 5 minutes, not even that. Good afternoon, Lisa. So,
Hey,
thank you. How have you all arrived? Dan had to get a cup of coffee, so he's good now.
pretty good, pretty good.
Good. Alice, you pretty good?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying something. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I'm good.
All right. And Marcelo is here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody is happy to see you here. Is happy your travels were safe and everything worked out. And so we're going to jump in with our care statements and our learning goals. And the reason I asked you to share it with everyone is because as you give feedback to each other, it can be a helpful thing to refer to, especially when you do your mid-year evaluation and your final evaluation. You're able to look at what your colleague said, these were my goals. So not only did I achieve my goals, but all those other outcomes and competencies that you're going to achieve as well. So it can be so helpful for our feedback. So let's jump in. Who would like to go first?
I can go first.
All right, take it away.
What am I sharing first?
I would start with your care statement, because then it explains your learning goals. And our
Okay.
format, everybody, is Lisa will share, and then she'll open the floor for feedback and comments from all of us.
Does it need to be larger or is it okay?
That looks good for me. How about everybody else? Is that good?
A little bit larger. I got a small laptop.
Yeah, I have eye problems, so yeah, if you
Is
can,
that good?
please.
Is that good?
Yes,
One
Okay.
more click.
yes.
He says one more.
Oh, one more?
Yes, please.
Let's see.
There we go. Oh, there it is.
Let me see. So I can't read it if what I'm gonna have to pull it up and read it because it's too big. Oh, that's not it. Uh, how do I move the pictures to the top? Because I can't see it with it being so large.
We can make it a little bit smaller if you have to.
Should be able to move the pictures, but I don't know how. Okay. So I'm just reading this, right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I was answering your questions. Didn't realize I was on mute.
Oh.
Are you able to read it now?
Yeah. Can y'all still
Okay.
see it?
Yes, we can still see it. You okay, Dan?
Okay, mine says the essence
Oh,
of
Sam,
spiritual care.
good.
You're
The
good.
essence of spiritual caregiving is rooted, I'm sorry,
You're good. Go ahead.
is rooted deeply in the experiences and journeys that shape an individual's life. My life filled with trials and triumphs is the foundation of my ability to offer spiritual care. My parents and siblings contributed to my care journey. My journey as a single mother stands out as an example of how personal experiences can shape one's spiritual capacity to care for others. Becoming a single mother was an unexpected turn, bringing a wave of emotions and challenges. Society often judges unwed mothers harshly, but I was fortunate to escape such condemnation. No one in my community judged me. They offered support and understanding. However, the harshest critic was me. I judged myself severely, grappling with feelings of inadequacy, guilt that my son didn't have a father present in his life. In times of difficulty, the support of friends and family can be a lifeline. My journey was no different. Despite my self judgment, I received unwavering support from those around me, friends and family, extended their hands and hearts, providing not only physical help, but emotional support as well. Their kindness and acceptance were instrumental in helping me navigate the complexities of single motherhood. One of the most significant sources of support came from my mother. Despite her initial stance on not raising grandchildren, having already raised 7 children herself, she softened over time, and my mother had always drilled into our heads that once we had children, she would not be responsible for raising them. Yet her perspective changed when I moved back home with my son. She started to help him often, showing a level of compassion and understanding I had not anticipated. Her actions spoke volumes about the power of love and the capacity for change within familiar bonds. While external support is crucial, self-reflection and personal growth are equally important. My harsh self-judgment, though painful, became a catalyst for a deeper introspect and self-awareness. I began to understand the importance of compassion, not just towards others, but towards myself. This realization was transformative, allowing me to extend the same compassion to those I care for spiritually. Empathy is a cornerstone of spiritual caregiving, often born from personal experiences of struggle and resilience. My journey as a single mother has endowed me with profound empathy. I can relate to the vulnerability, fear, and uncertainty that others may experience. This empathy enables me to connect with individuals more deeply, offering them care, understanding, and solidarity. In conclusion, the life that I live, with all its ups and downs, has shaped and molded my ability to offer spiritual care to others. The experiences of being a single mother and receiving support from friends and family, navigating self judgment, have all contributed to my growth as a caregiver. I strive to offer compassionate care through empathy, trust, and vulnerability. The journey of spiritual caregiving is a testament to the power of personal experiences in shaping our ability to connect with and support others on their journey.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Lisa, you're inviting us to give you feedback?
Yes.
Okay, so the floor is open. Anyone can jump in. Lisa welcomes your feedback.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you for sharing with us. I think your experience is very important because you can help others. Um, you can help to the next generation. I would like to the last paragraph. I very much agree with you uh, when you put empathy.
Mm.
So it's very important to connect with the other person with the empathy. Thank you so much for your letter.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Marcelo.
Anissa, thank you so much for that. In that journey, the support and love that you received, was it sometime people empathy that people you in your own discernment of their attitude, was that empathy or sympathy? Was it how in navigating that boundary between sympathy and empathy? How do you your experience? How did you experience that?
Um, That's a good question. I don't, I didn't feel that. I didn't feel that it was a lot of sympathy, but it just felt kind of connectional, kind of like they were, they've been because they had been through it themselves and kind of supported me that way. Especially one of the ladies down the street, she would like always buy diapers for my son. She never questioned or was a God-fearing woman, went to church. She never questioned, she never judged or anything. She just always was kind of there. So I don't think it was sympathy. And they genuinely loved my son and cared for him. So I don't know. I don't think it was sympathy, but thank you for the question. Give me something to think about though.
Thank you.
Lisa, I think one things I look at when I see this and is that oftentimes when we look upon our stories and the stories of others, the sort of things that we go through, it's amazing that we're able to come through it and survive and thrive. Um, and I think as we look into that, we can, as we see some of the other people around us, it gives me hope that some of these will be able to do the same thing.
Mm.
Whether it's being a single mother or whether it's the host of other different things that can happen, or as Alice has shared before, all the journey she went through and being chased around 3 continents.
Mm.
Just how do we come through all of this
Mm.
and be able to help others at the same time? That just what becomes amazing to me is everything could have turned out so much differently, and we've seen with other people how it turned out so much different. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
Lisa, thank you so much for this. It's rich with even with its brevity, which is important. You have so succinctly identified how the way you do care is informed by your life and the kind of care you've received in part. And I often distinguish sympathy and empathy as sympathy, I want to comfort you, and I may even feel sorry or pity for you because of how I feel about what you're going through. Empathy, I put myself, we often say, in your shoes. I put myself in your situation and I want to support you. And so I think empathy kind of goes further than sympathy. And so I think what you received was empathy, and you clearly are identifying for yourself as that's how you want to respond to people with empathy. And I think empathy is nature and nurture. Nature, and that some of us are just born a certain personality where we are empathetic people. And then there's also the nurturing of it, the way in which we choose to respond with compassion and care. And I want to emphasize that the empathy that's the cornerstone, as you say, of your spiritual caregiving is something you are nurturing. And you keep choosing empathy. Even when you were receiving bullying, and all other sorts of stuff you didn't mention in here, right? Which is fine. You have now, here you make the choice to embody empathy, and I love it. I appreciate your self-awareness and identifying yourself as your harshest critic. But the power of that statement to say, hey, I was my harshest critic. I judged myself severely. I grappled with feelings of inadequacy and guilt. And then later in the paper, you say, but with self-reflection and personal growth, these things are important. And so you engaged in self-reflection of your own harsh critic. That's huge. That level of awareness. My harsh critic just cheers on right by me sometimes, right? But you are able to engage in self-reflection. So that statement, my harsh self-judgment, though painful, became a catalyst for deeper introspection and self-awareness. That's somebody nurturing empathy. So I just think it's so powerful and it's so consistent. And I appreciate the way you weave this specific, excellent example of how your lived experience informs you as a spiritual caregiver. And it's certainly how I have experienced you here in the CPE setting. So
Thank you.
basically, I hated it. No, that was awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Very well done. You
Thank
ready?
you.
Go
Thank
ahead.
all of you. I appreciate it. Yes, it was hard to get it all in there and get the main points because you wanted to keep it short. But yeah, there's a lot of things that like I said, I could have said, but hopefully I hit like you said, I hit the main points.
You sure did. You absolutely did. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's hear your goals.
Okay, let me find that. Share. There goes share. Okay. Is that good, Dan, or a little bit bigger?
Dan is muted, but we can't hear you, Dan. We know you're talking.
Yeah, we're
Is
good.
that
I just have to get real close to the screen. That's why you see my big beautiful face so close.
So my outcomes category indicators, category C, relational dynamics and empathy. It is beneficial for me to begin with empathetic statements before making judgmental statements. I learned that in my first unit of CPE. This approach fosters a more compassionate and understanding dialogue. Acknowledging others' oriented systems creates a foundation of trust and respect that paves the way for more constructive conversations. And I can measure this through my when you guys give me feedback and when educators give me feedback as well, and plus my own self-reflection.
Excellent.
Thank you. Did you want me to stop or keep going?
Let's give people a chance to offer some feedback right there. I like how you're going to measure it through the peer and educator reviews and self-reflection.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to encourage you to pay attention to how it informs your assessment of what kind of intervention you're going to make. Because
Okay.
everything you identified as what comes as a result of doing that
Mm-hmm.
also gives you additional options for how you intervene. So just sort of think about, hey, I'm assessing what this person needs, and my intervention, their spiritual need, and my intervention is going to be, and also realize your empathy is opening your options. And that's for you at the level that you're at, to take
Okay.
it beyond awareness. Okay. Very good. Any other feedback for this particular goal? Good goal.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear the next one.
I really like it. The design in the process
Mm-hmm.
is a very good. Um, the goal statement, the process, the measure. Um, Thank you, Lisa. Excellent work.
We lost Lisa. She's coming back. And from what she sent to us, she identified 2 goals. So she has one more. And this is going to be an opportunity to demonstrate. I don't know why I'm so blurry today. An opportunity to demonstrate how just sharing helps us help you identify other things that you're learning. So I'm going to give her a chance to come back. Maybe I need more light.
For some reason.
Quick, everybody stop talking about her. She's back.
My computer crashed. I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay.
Well, I do mean what I said.
I hope you said something good.
We're not building trust. We didn't say anything at all about you. We sat silently waiting for your return.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing now. Something's messing. Good.
So you're going to try to share. There you go. You're going to share the second of your learning goals.
I gotta find it again.
I understand. You just flew right by it.
Did I?
Yep.
There we go.
Right here, right at the top. Isn't that it?
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Okay. Perfect.
Sorry about that. Just
Yeah.
kind of went crazy for a minute. Okay. Category B, awareness of self and others. IB6. Recognizing signs of trauma in others and also be aware of how someone else's trauma can trigger me. I will need to create a safe, supportive environment. I need to be aware of my trauma because of countertransference can cloud my judgment and hinder the effectiveness of the care I give to my care recipient. I will continue to be self-aware and address personal reactions. I will continue to deal with my trauma in a therapeutic setting, and I will engage in regular self-assessment and seek feedback from trusted educators and peers.
Excellent. Any feedback?
I like Lisa. Thank you for highlighting that the aspect of counter transference, which is for somebody like you is very empathy is what is driving your work, and your lived experiences is what is shaping your philosophy of caregiving. And then counter transference can easily be a big temptation, which I struggle with. That's why I feel I like when you say that. That is always common for people who are empathetic and their lived reality is shaping their caregiving vision for counter transference to kick in often. So that goal of just being aware and pay attention. Yeah, I think I like that.
Thank you.
It makes me feel better because I'm not the only one in that situation. We are sisters in that
That's
journey.
right. That's
fighting
right.
counter transference.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You mentioned the specific thing of trauma-informed care, which is a learning goal that comes a little bit, I don't think it's in level 2.
Oh, I picked up, am I in the wrong area?
Level 2. No, I think it's in level 2. No, you're fine. But I'm trying to make sure. So I'm looking real quick, guys, through those learning goals to see if trauma-informed care is in this section.
I think I might be on the wrong thing.
The
Am I an IB or am I IA?
You are IB.
I'm IB.
You're IB. You're right. You're right.
Oh, okay. I didn't know for sure. I was want to make sure because it gets confusing sometimes.
Yeah, because the I is level 1 and A is level 1A or level 1B, which is where you are with the second unit. So you're right.
Okay.
And I was just looking because I couldn't remember if level 1B specifically had trauma-informed care as one of the categories, or if that is level 2. And so I'm looking through it real quick. So I apologize. That's why I'm moving so slowly. I'm trying to look real quick. And I think it is, but I can't find it. So I'm not like Joseph. You know how quickly Joseph could pop out those learning goals. So I'm going to take that as an example. So since it may not be, so none of us need to look for it right now. I will look again to Lisa. Obviously you can look, but you're specifically identifying how trauma can trigger both you and someone else. And so that could be an opportunity to work on that outcome category indicator of trauma-informed care.
Yeah, it said articulate how one's self-care practices, including trauma-informed approaches, support well-being and spiritual care.
Absolutely. There it is. Thank you very much. And that's 1B 6. So that trauma-informed approaches, that's right. You're absolutely right. It's specific. So I'm highlighting that with you to say, hey, you want to learn some trauma-informed spiritual care approaches, spiritual care interventions. So I would add that because that's going to be another thing that's a demonstration of your achieving of this particular goal. And remember when I shared with you guys that we have some didactics that we haven't selected yet? So you might want us the topic for, so you might want to say, hey, I want a didactic on trauma-informed spiritual care. And that then is another way you're achieving that goal, and your measure of progress is going through that didactic and whatever you were able to take out of that didactic, et cetera, et cetera. Make sense? Excellent.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So once we have the didactic or whatever, I can change to what I wrote on here.
Well, you have to request it. I don't currently have scheduled a trauma-informed.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha,
But
gotcha.
if you say, hey, when we've those empty didactics where you haven't selected the subject yet, Lisa, you make the request. I want a didactic on trauma-informed care. That becomes one of your process steps of how you're achieving your goal.
Okay, okay.
Can we
all
all
right,
request that?
Yes,
or
we
no?
have 3. I mean, you know, we need to repeat things in order to remember them. So please, I'm repeating this, but not to say you should have remembered it. But I shared with you guys early that I think there's 2 or 3
Yeah.
didactics that I have scheduled that I haven't picked a topic for. That as you're going along, you may say, hey, I need a didactic on this. And that let me know, and I will do the research to find someone who can present that for us if it's not something I think I can present myself. So each of you has an opportunity to say, hey, could we do a didactic on this?
Well, I forget I want a didactic on that.
You
Me
want
too.
to,
Lisa,
you want to, okay,
Lisa,
well,
Lisa hand
it's
is up
done.
too.
Okay. Okay, well, it's done. We're going to have a trauma-informed spiritual care didactic. All right. Any other comments for Lisa? Very well done. Good goals. It's very clear. I like your measure of progress. And each time you experience something in a review, in the feedback, in that context, be sure to document it so it'll be very specific demonstration of your competence.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Did I stop sharing or am I still sharing?
is she still sharing?
Still there.
There you go. You just sharing. You can't help it. We looking at your screen. You can't help it.
I can't fix it. I don't know
I'll
what to
stop
do.
it for you.
Thank you.
That's a nice graduation picture, though. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So I mentioned at the very beginning, but I think only Marcelo and Dan were here, that as we go along, I'm real clear we have plenty of time. This is intentional because sometimes you need to make up things right in the very beginning. So we are not going to follow our strict time schedule. We're going to have time for Marcelo to be able to share the multiple things he needs to share today, and everybody will be all caught up. So I'm going to ask the next person, if there's no more comments for Lisa, I'm going to ask the next person to go, and then we'll take a break.
I can do that.
All right, take it away, Dan. Yeah, what are you going to show us? Well done. Well done, Lisa. Well done.
Album like usual.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask you to start with your care statement first, too.
Care statement. Challenges through life. Frequent moves through life resulting in disconnection. Bullied in Los Angeles as a child. Unhappiness in family. Supporting, I just put these as bullet points, but I'll explain them a little later on. Supporting myself through school and ministry, mental illness in the family, unstable employment. I have to move these pictures around. Very few people have had a childhood that had wise parents, a thriving, well-balanced family, economic resources, good spiritual resources, and peace in their community. Mine was typical in my generation, whose parents had been raised during the Great Depression. Corporal punishment was administered in schools and home. The usual difference is whether it was with the belt, a paddle, or some other implement. It was that generation. My family moved frequently. I attended 6 different schools before I finished the first grade. Organized sports was impossible until high school. I did cope by being a good student. I found that reading was easier than talking. Books became my friends and still are. I still read about 2 books every month. This has also become a haven to an unhappy family life when I was younger. For a time period, my parents were for the time period. My parents were not abusive, nor was life unstable. We had enough food, clothing, shelter. There were no out of control patterns until later. The only thing that lacked was nurture and guidance. The 4 kids were left to their own to find values and spiritual beliefs. I was bullied, as were many, starting in the 6th grade in Los Angeles. I coped with that by joining a wrestling team in middle school. That sport gave me a sense of security that I carried into adulthood. I was also a swimmer and set records in high school. There is something about seeing your name recorded on the gym for all to see that gives you a sense of accomplishment. Without knowing it, I learned to avoid the home life by being in what would now be called AP classes, participation in sports, student government, and music as I learned guitar. I learned to fly under the radar by pursuing multiple interests. If I excelled outside the home, it kept me from ridicule most of the time. Eventually, going away to college, oops, eventually going away to college, hundreds of miles away from home, was my exit to develop something positive. My spiritual journey was not the typical evangelical who suddenly becomes converted through epiphany, nor was it the story of being raised in a Christian family where church figures as first memories. In my small room were 2 small 5-inch plaques of Jesus and another one of Moses parting the Red Sea. That one probably belonged to my mother as a child. I was taken to church by neighbors, and when we moved again, I went on my bike. When we moved again to Los Angeles as an 11-year-old, I lost all connection with the church. When I reflect on it, I realize that I recall very few people outside of our small family during those years. I was the outsider, and that sense continued into my adult years. After a personal crisis, a friend took me to her church in Bakersfield, and I was baptized in September of 1970. 2 years later, I was attending San Jose Bible College. I met Deborah Suzanne O'Brien. We were married while in college. Both of us worked our way through college. I was preaching and teaching also through college. Keeps jumping again. I think that this background affected my view of spiritual caregiving in several ways. I became self-reliant as opposed to having anyone else to rely upon. Work was the sacred grail in my family. I had a paper route when I was 11 years old, started summer jobs at 15, supported myself by the time I was 19. Because of a lack of structure at home, rules became very important. The church that I was in and the college I attended were legalistic. Grace was something taught in school, but not something that was experiential. My desire for intimacy was intense. I sought community and connection. Over the years, ministry was defined mostly by preaching and teaching doctrine. So I studied so that I could be the best minister that I could be. By that, it meant a skillful teaching of the Word of God. I believed that if I became the best that I was capable of being, then success was guaranteed. In the middle of this model, I fell prey to church politics. I could not negotiate the threats, negativity, worldly values, and schemes. When my wife became mentally ill, it became worse, and she added to it. I think it took exiting formal ministry to be able to have the time to start a sense of spiritual care that helped me and others. In working with the homeless in Los Angeles, I started to understand that individual care was crucial. I started to understand that many problems were generational, some sins were persistent in nature, and nothing could be a substitute for grace, whether the grace from God or grace from me. In working with the Chinese population as a social worker, I found that a good attitude trumped cultural competence. In working as an apartment manager in South Central Los Angeles, I listened to the problems of that community one by one. I was a member of a Thai-speaking church and I was shown patience even though I was different. In the midst of all this, I found that I was better with people on one-on-one than I was as a leader at the top. I never navigated the sharks very well. I found that I can be an effective administrator, but my joy doesn't come from there. I work better from person to person. I found that if I show grace, better results come. I even evicted some people, and they thanked me because I had treated them well. The approach gradually has become my approach, whether working with the violent, mentally ill, immoral, or people who have had little grace shown in their life. It has ultimately trumped being a legalistic, moralist, and racist in my life. And, and that is that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
I'll share.
And you're opening the floor. You're welcoming our feedback and thoughts. Okay. We appreciate that you name that, Dan. I appreciate that you name. Hey, got a little trembling here, but I'm open. Thank you.
Well, Dan, I've heard just some of your story before, but not all of it like this. But I like what you had to say, and I also see the kind of the rhythm of your life, and from childhood and all the things that happened in your life. And it could have turned out very differently, but I like the way you let it drive you, and it made you be a resilient person, and you have great coping skills, and you're able to better help other people. And you saw that your gift was not with a crowd of people, but individually working with people one-on-one to, help them in their crisis situation. So I'm grateful for your story. It's very powerful. And I'm very grateful that you came out on top, because a lot of people that they're not resilient and things like that will knock them down and take them out. But I'm grateful that you came through it.
I think that each one of us comes from I'm looking around the room here. I think each one of us comes from a quite diverse background. If you would have seen the family and the culture I grew up in, it probably best typified by redneck. When I was 16, I worked in the honky tonks in Bakersfield, where there were bar fights on Saturday nights, where racial slurs were common at the dinner table. I think I probably was in my 30s before I realized that the word Mexican was not a racial slur, because that's how it was used at the dinner table when I was a kid. To me, I think that going through suffering of different kinds, if somebody does not go through it, that they do not. Well, everybody does, but how you respond to it makes you who you are.
Then I like I really find it very affirming that, and like Lisa had said, that you journeyed through all of that to find the core of your vocational calling that is not in the crowd. If again, a metaphor for that, but with the individuals, and how God took you through a lot of different paths to bring you to that place where you can finally see that this is where I'm called. This is to serve. That is, and I really, really like your vulnerability. That I think you just feel like all the journeys are journeys of spiritual care for oneself. right, that whole journey of vulnerability that allows to be a better caregiver to somebody is the ability to see your own self through that lens. I like that journey. It's a journey of vulnerability. It's a journey also of beautiful um, God shaping that journey to finally saying, yeah, this is what I want you to do. Yeah, this is where you are supposed to be. But it took so long for that right for that to happen. It's a beautiful story for me. It's a beautiful story, and thanks for sharing.
After a while, as long as it's taken, I feel like Moses starting at 80. Well, I'm not that far off. Um, it's not to say that I am not a good administrator, such as I did a good job. I'm organized. I put things down in place. But when it comes down to navigate, I think especially when it comes down to navigating uh, the politics of the whole thing, I have always felt, become taken advantage because there's some things I just don't understand and I don't even know what they are. When it comes down to navigating within a large group, I feel like I'm doing a good job. I'm motivated. I'm doing it, and then boom, I'm on my back.
Marcelo, did you have some thoughts for Dan?
Sure. Um, Thank you for sharing, Dan. Since you were a child, your life went through several changes. So this I don't know this good or bad experience, but it's important for your life, this process, because in this moment, do you remember every journey? But uh, thank you, Dan, for um, this moment because I learning about today your experience. Thank you so much.
I think one positive thing that happened from having so many changes, is that I learned how to start over again and start over again, and I learned how to start over again. Um, Community I'm in Fresno, we moved here about 6 months ago. We had to start all over again, and I've got a small community around me already, but it's one of those skills that is hard to learn if you've been in the same community all your life. I've always had envied those that were born into community and stayed there and had church there and had work there, had career there, had friends there. I never had that, but have always envied that. But having all the changes helped me go through always being able to start over again.
That's a beautiful self-awareness, Dan. And that's one of the things I appreciate about your care statement, how you succinctly identified like these 6 things. And I know there's so much more you could have said. And so let me look at how this part of my life impacted me and how it shows up for me now as a spiritual care provider. And you did that systematically through each thing. You had a sense of the impact and how you coped and how it shows up now. And that awareness, that self-awareness is excellent. And you're really embodying that level 1B work and those outcomes and strategies. even your ability to say, hey, we went through a lot of changes and a lot of transitions, and how that's helped me now is I know how to start again. That's great. That awareness, that putting it together, and that the journey. I agree with everyone else in terms of the your transparency and your self-awareness is so helpful. I appreciate it also that you identified that politics is not your strength, that navigating what I would call organizational structures and politics, right, is not your strength. So I want to affirm my experience of you navigating organizational politics or organizational structures and hierarchy in a way that demonstrated skill and professionalism. I asked you to introduce me by email to your site supervisor, that I could communicate that I would like to have a visit, or you communicate that I want to have a visit, and what needs to happen in order for me to do that. You wrote a very succinct email. You introduced me to your site supervisor. He has sent me documents I need to complete in order to do that. That was an excellent navigation of those politics. Aware of the hierarchy. I'm a certified educator candidate. I'm not Joseph, the director of the program. I'm unknown to him in some respects, at least as you know. He does know a little bit of my professional background, but basically unknown to him. So it was a very gracious and specific introduction. And that's me and you navigating those politics and doing it well. And so the way a person, I think, of faith or of a spiritual caregiver might navigate politics is with transparency and truth and clarity and intentionality. And you did all those things. So you fail in your inability to navigate politics because you succeeded so well in what could have been a problematic process. Could have got messy real quick, but it didn't, did it? It was very smooth. That was you. That was you navigating those politics. Thank you very much.
Usually in response to that is like whenever somebody, for some reason, you know, whether it was jealousy or whether it was their own personal immorality, and I became aware of it, or somebody had an agenda and I was not able to get around it. So I would end up being, for example, whenever there was one of the elders of the church that had not been able to keep his hands off of the young girls in the village.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew about it. He knew I knew about it. So he started petitioning that I be let go.
Right.
Now, I could have exposed him, but I didn't think that was moral. And as his minister, I could not divulge those things that had been told to me in confidence. So even though he was using it against me, I could not use that. I did not know how to navigate that.
You didn't know how to navigate that. And you've had an opportunity in your CPE experience to deal with a situation of abuse of a child, and you navigated the system to advocate for that child. And so I want to affirm the skills that you have are skills that you can use to navigate politics. You don't like it, and I agree with you, especially when it's immoral, etc. But I want to affirm how able you are. Yeah. Very good. All right. Let's hear the goals.
Let me find it. It's been a couple of days since I wrote these, so I've got to find out where it is.
Okay.
Well, let me just get rid of this.
I do appreciate, by the way, adding it's not a footnote. What is it when the note's at the top? Whatever, make sure you add your name to your papers because sometimes I quickly print them all and then I have to go back and say, whose was this? So it's not a footnote. It's what's that note that falls at the top of the page called?
Header?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. It's a header. So somewhere, put your name on your paper, and a header would make it real easy for me. Thank you. You got it, Dan?
I think I do.
All right.
Let me just take a look before I put it up. Make sure that this is what it is.
This is what you want to show? Okay.
Yeah, no more chat. No more
Graduation pictures.
baby.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I got. I think I got.
All right.
That'll be under there. Okay. Go back to here. Share. Guess I actually have to bring it up, don't I?
Take your time. It takes a little bit to navigate this.
Well, especially since I didn't place those. I keep a tree where I keep everything. I just have to remember where I put this stuff.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Zoom. Share. There we go. Okay, outcomes, categories, indicators. Category D, spiritual care interventions. Outcome 2, use of cultural, religious, and spiritual resources. IB 14, articulate how one uses spiritual resources when providing spiritual care. By the end of the second unit, I will be able to identify my spiritual resources. I will also be able to identify the spiritual resources of patients and others identified under my spiritual care. I'll then be able to articulate how these resources will be used in providing spiritual care. Process. I will be in review of what constitutes not only spiritual care, but what constitutes resources of spiritual care. I will write down instances of possible spiritual resources that may be available to different people. During care sessions, I will assess spiritual care resources of the people under my spiritual care. I will be able to use this information to give spiritual care. I will know that this happened. I will have a notebook that has definitions and instances. I keep a binder of stuff. I learned that while being a manager, that I kept binders and binders and binders, so I knew how to access stuff easily. In a conversation, I will be able to assess what the spiritual care resources of that individual has who is under my care. I will be able to articulate how I use spiritual care resources in different instances. That's number one. If anybody has anything to add, it's okay.
How are you achieving the cultural part of outcome 2, use of cultural resources as well? I see spiritual, which often covers religious as well. How are you going to address the cultural part?
One of being aware of the differences between my culture and, say, the culture of Alice. But I think I just kind of assumed that I would do that. And in one of the that I sent you a spiritual reflection today, I did that.
Yeah.
I'm just assessing the fact that this guy was different than me.
Right.
And listed the different ways in which he was different than me.
Okay.
So vastly different from me.
Very good.
So
So
that
it is, I think you're absolutely right. In your reflection, you're naming what you describe as different. And I want to affirm and encourage you identifying cultural diverse cultural experiences is not only different, because then you inadvertently set yourself as the norm, and then there's everything else. And I know that's not your framing. Does that make sense?
I think so. Identify my spiritual resources, identify cultural and spiritual resources of parent and patients is what you would say.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. And that cultural is not just different from my cultural. Cultural's just cultural. We've all got it. Because if I always define it as different from me, I'm inadvertently making me the norm and everything else is different. I'm different from it.
I'm different from everybody in this room.
There you go. You
You
got it.
find
We all
somebody,
have culture.
you
We
can't
all.
find somebody in this room that even looks like me.
I also want to encourage you to add the self-care education practice sessions that you have every week on Friday as one of the things that you're doing, because you're going to be doing some things in there as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other feedback for Dan, who's quick to say? You don't have to have any, but does anybody else have any other feedback?
I think you know that whenever I say these things, I'm doing it half tongue in cheek.
Right. We know you're trying to get out as quickly as possible, but you want what we have to say. You want to hear us. Okay, let's look at this next one.
Spiritual care interventions. I left them all into the same category. Use of spiritual assessments and care plans. Articulate how one uses spiritual assessments and when one provides spiritual care. By the end of the second unit, I will have identified a spiritual assessment that I choose to use or formulate one of my own and consistently use it. Steps to do this, I will investigate the various spiritual assessments that are currently used. I will be able to consistently use a model of spiritual assessment or formulate my own model. I will be able to explain how I use this model in making a spiritual assessment. Again, I will have a notebook or file where others have documented how they do a spiritual assessment. I will adopt a model that I articulate. I will be able to articulate how I used this model or how I modified it for my own use.
Excellent. Excellent.
And I think for those first units, it's like there are different ones. There's a 7x7. I think the other one, another one is FICA, another one is Hope, and just be able to put those where I can get to them easily, just to be able to review them and be able to use them. Some of them I think are more under spiritual history than they are spiritual assessment, but I'll try to put that together over time to see what I like to do.
That's excellent. Excellent. Very good. We're going to all learn so much from this journey with you. Let's go ahead and look at your professional development.
Outcome 1, clinical method of learning, indicator 1B17. Articulate how the clinical method of learning shapes one's provision for spiritual care. I will be aware of this method upon entering the presence of a person under my care. In addition, I will be able to articulate what changes that I have made with individual persons. I will articulate what the clinical method of learning is. I will be able to begin to use this method on a consistent basis in the practice. I will be able to explain how this method has affected my ongoing provision care. I'll know this by within verbatims. I'll be able to tell how I've used this method in ongoing with ongoing recipients of my care.
Okay. feedback. Very good, Dan. Any question about the clinical method of learning?
Yes, for newbies like us, what is that?
Very good. Dan?
The clinical method of learning is in other fields would be known as scientific method, is where you observe. Within scientific method, you observe, you make a theory, and then you test it. And this would be much the same way. You look at things, and then you reflect on what you've done and make changes and try to do it. What changes you need to make, or maybe keep the same. That's how I understand it.
Oh, I think that's excellent. So we do first, then we reflect on what we did and do differently. Just
Okay,
to say it
thank you.
succinctly. Yep, very good,
Thank
Dan.
you.
It would be similar that dare I reveal a weakness?
Right,
I
dare
went,
you not.
and dare not. I went into a young man's room the other day. He's 12 years old. He has leukemia. And he told me that one of his mother's friends said that God did this for a reason. Well, a little bit of countertransference took place. I've had 12-year-old boys before. And I have a weakness for identify these kids as my kids. And I got not enraged, but a little bit angry. And I just simply said, that's stupid. Now, probably later on, I would probably find a different way of being able to navigate this. So he would be able to see it was stupid, but I just blurted out, that's stupid. And because now this kid is thinking that God is smacking him around for a reason. But I did something and then I thought about it, and I'll try to do it differently later.
What would you do?
Probably try to look to him and say, do you just ask him and try to help him navigate through that value himself, so that he might come to that conclusion, and later on figure out whether or not I would add in my opinions over that, but not blurt it out at the very beginning.
But not blurt it out in the very beginning. Okay. You want to try it right now?
Want to do that differently?
Yeah, we can role play.
Okay.
I'll be the kid, and Lisa, you be the mother who shared that wisdom that wasn't working for Dan. Can you do that?
Now say that again. I'll do what? Share.
You were sleeping.
No. Share the wisdom that the mother shared that is not working here for Dan so much.
Okay.
Just restate it in your own words. So the boy has what, Dan?
Leukemia.
And the mother's thought on the leukemia, Lisa, is that God gave it to the boy.
Or rather, the mother's friend said
Mother's friend, thank you.
Friend said that this was there for a reason.
And I'm gonna restate it differently.
Yeah.
So me addressing a little boy, I would say, I'm sorry that this has happened to you. Bad things happen to everybody, and this is not landing at your feet because you did something bad. It's that bad things happen all around the world to everybody, every age, it doesn't matter who people are. Things happen in life, Is that kind of what you wanted? Or
Okay. What do you think of that, Dan? Thank you, Lisa. What do you think of that?
Well, I did say that after I said that's stupid.
Okay. Dan led with that's stupid. So now he's saying he might lead with a statement of empathy, as you did by saying, I'm sorry that this has happened to you.
I guess that is empathetic, but
Okay. Then Lisa moves to the judgment. At least she first says, hey, I'm sorry this has happened to you. Very good. All right. I know you can do this, Dan. I know it.
well, I did have to think about it. And I actually went back to the manager, said, I might get in trouble for this. If he repeats it to mom and mom goes there and they go back to
Uh-huh.
the hospital, I might get in trouble for this.
Oh, so you went back to your manager and you shared that.
Yeah.
Okay. That was navigating organizational structures or politics
Mm.
and acknowledging that, hey, there could be some ramifications for this down the road. Let me make my manager aware of what I said that might not be very helpful. Very good, Dan.
And I like the fact that he was aware that he made that statement and that it could be, immediately he felt it, that it was wrong.
Mhm.
And sometimes we don't feel it. We're like, I'm going with my emotions and feelings, and this is what I feel, but he knew it wasn't about him. He changed it up and he did the right thing,
Well,
you
did
know.
you change it up, Dan, in that moment? He's saying he's going to change it up next time, Lisa.
Oh, he gonna change it the next time.
I
Okay,
will,
I
And
thought
that
he said something at the end differently.
that is the clinical method of learning. Yeah. Very good.
Okay.
that woke me up at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm going, oops.
There you go.
In the middle of the night, it woke me up going, oops.
Yeah.
Didn't even think about it before.
Right. So that's very helpful. So I mean, and we're not making light of this. This is our educational model that we're journeying with, and it is very unsettling and it's very uncomfortable. And the awareness, as Lisa has pointed out, is critical. Dan, you had that awareness. The next day or 20 minutes later or right after the visit or right after the words came out of your mouth, what happens is you become aware of it closer and closer to the conception of it, eventually to the point where you don't release it until it is until it is in the condition you really want it to be, which might be a curiosity. So you might even be thinking, wow, that's stupid. And it might just become a curiosity. Hey, how do you feel about that? Right? And you never actually say it. And that leads you to be able to do, as Lisa did, invite a different perspective. That's why that thinking, what's an empathetic response initially can be so helpful. So this is the clinical method of learning. And this can be very risky and very uncomfortable. So thank you. Thank you. Any other comments for Dan for his learning goals? This is great. Very good. You guys are going to learn a lot. I'm so glad I'm going to be here with you. This is good. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. All right. I want us to take a break. And if it's okay, I would like Alice to go first when we come back from our 10-minute break. Is that okay, Alice? And then I switch to Marcelo. And Marcelo, what I want you to do is to start out with your narrative history first, not your care statement, not your goals, but start us there. And then we'll journey with Marcelo through that process. So let's take a 10-minute break, everybody. See you in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Good work. Alice, you can go ahead and take over the screen share. I'm sure Dan is listening if he's not quite here yet. Thank you again, Lisa, for letting me put you on the spot there with that role play. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
It was something to hear Dan say, "That's stupid." I'm like, whoa. But well done. Thank you. All right, Alice, I'm going to say go ahead and hopefully Dan will come in a matter of seconds.
Okay. Why is it okay? Let me stop share and reshare.
Was it large enough for folk? Okay.
It is because the way that we appear here is I'm trying to change it to be on the top. Otherwise, I'm not seeing
That's what
enough.
Lisa was saying too. I guess everybody's different. Mine has a button to the right that allows me to pick the layout of mine. So I guess everybody's
That is what I'm trying to do to change the layout.
And double clicking on your pictures doesn't allow you to move them. In my Zoom to the right, there's something called view. And when I left click on view, it gives me all these different options. Speaker, gallery. But it's on my Zoom, not on my Word.
Right.
So are you wanting to change the Word layout or the Zoom layout?
I think a Zoom layout that needs to be changed if we are going to keep the fonts readable.
Okay, so then
Let's see.
Well, let's see. How is it for everyone? Does it need to be a little larger?
It's fine
Let
for
me
me.
say, it says hide video panel. Let's see. Okay, now are you hearing me? I've hidden the video panel.
Oh, you've hidden the video banner. Well, that might make it hard for you to change the video, but we can change our presentation of it to make it the best for us.
No, but if I want the video panel, I think I can just go back and then
Okay.
show and say show video panel after I'm done.
Got it.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'll do video panel back when I stop sharing.
Okay.
Just so I don't take more time trying to figure it out. Again, from listening to Dan and Lisa, then I start second guessing, did I do it the way it's expected? It's my first one. I'm newbie, so I know I get away with a lot right now because I'm just learning to find out the structure that is required. So I'll just go ahead and rate what I have. Spiritual caregiving for me is the transformative act of accompanying others in their moment of vulnerability, offering presence, compassion, and guidance. It is about creating a space where individuals can share their fears, doubt, and hope without judgment, and where their sacred stories are honored. My approach is grounded in the belief that every person is uniquely created in the image of God and deserving of respect, dignity, and love. As a spiritual caregiver, my role is not to fix or resolve, but walk alongside, bearing witness to their journey and providing support as they navigate life's challenges. For much of my ministry, my work took the form of mentorship rather than direct spiritual care. As a mentor, I focus on empowering individuals over time, helping them discern their path and growth in faith and purpose. My teaching, chaplaincy in Paris, and leadership roles shaped my understanding of ministry as a partnership rooted in guidance, encouragement, and sharing of wisdom. As I transition into providing more focused spiritual and vocational care, I am learning to shift my perspective from guiding long-term spiritual growth to being fully present in the immediacy of a person's need for care. This transition is not just a change in role, but a shift in mindset and approach. It invites me to deepen my understanding of what it means to offer spiritual care in moments of crisis or transition, and to be more responsive to immediate needs. One of my strengths as a spiritual caregiver that I'm noticing is creating an environment of safety and trust. My experiences in the Sisterhood of Emmanuel, my practical Motherwell Council of Churches, and my chaplaincy work have taught me the value of listening deeply and being present without judgment. I draw on my journey marked by resilience, separation, transition to connect with others who feel isolated or lost. These experiences have allowed me to empathize with those navigating uncertainty and offer care that affirms their dignity and worth and make them feel understood and valued. However, I also recognize areas of growth. One of my challenges is a tendency to act as a rescuer rather than a coach. While the desire to help is genuine, I have learned that empowering others to take ownership of their spiritual and emotional well-being is far more impactful. For instance, instead of assuming someone would like me to pray, I now recognize the importance of asking if they would like to pray together or inviting them to lead the prayer. Similarly, I aim to resist the urge to provide immediate solution and instead guide individuals to discover their strength and agency. I'm actively working on improving these areas during this training unit. Pastoral care, in my understanding, is the ministry of presence, a tangible reminder that no one is alone in their struggles. It requires sensitivity, humility, and a willingness to meet people where they are, honoring their autonomy and unique spiritual need. Whether sitting in silence with someone, offering prayer, or simply providing a listening ear, pastoral care is about affirming the humanity and sacredness of each person. This ministry bridges the spiritual and emotional, offering comfort, connection, and hope. As I embrace this transition from mentorship to direct spiritual care, I am committed to grounding my practice in theological reflection and practical application. My involvement with the Council of Concerned African Women Theologians has been a significant part of this commitment. It has deepened my understanding of how faith intersects with culture, justice, and identity, and how these intersections shape my understanding of spiritual care. This perspective, which emphasizes the importance of considering the broader social and systemic realities that influence a person's life, now informs my caregiving. By integrating this awareness to my practice, I aim to offer care that is not only compassionate, but also just and transformative. In this unit of clinical pastoral education, my goal is to refine my skills, grow in self-awareness, and deepen my understanding of ministry as a partnership of presence. By addressing my growing urges, such as my tendency to rescue and the need to foster patients' autonomy, I aim to develop more balanced and empowering approach to care. My goal is to embody God's love, grace, and presence in all I do, offering spiritual care that brings healing, hope, and peace to those I serve.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's have some feedback for Alex. Good.
That was a great paper that you wrote, Alice. And I know you were comparing yourself to me and Dan, but we're newbies too, so we're struggling all together. And I think you did a fantastic job. So we're not going to compare ourselves in the in this class, we're gonna all do this together. And I think you did a great job. Also, I like where you recognize that countertransference might be an issue for you because you said you want to rescue, and that comes from a place of probably what you've been through as well. But you recognize that you're aware of it, and you said that you're going to change that. And I like the fact that you create an environment of safety and trust for the people that you minister to. Because as a young person myself going through abuse and stuff, I would have loved to have a person in my life like you. So I think the girls that you impact, that they will be forever grateful for what you have done for them. You'll probably never know all the people that you've touched and encouraged and been a safe space for. So I think you're doing a great job. So keep up the good work, you know.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
So me, very interesting. Your focus now is on a spiritual and vocational care, more personal connection with the people. So thank you for share us. I like it.
Thank you, Marcelo. Appreciate it.
I don't know that being a mentor is different than spiritual care. You're just anything that enhances a person's life, and mentorship is spiritual care. You're just contrasting whether it's going to be a long-term commitment or whether you're going to enter into that segment of 15-minute intervals of where you can say, I've got to get this done in 15 minutes, as opposed to 15 years. And spiritual care is given as in mentorship and counseling and support and presence. And it sounds like you've done this with a lot of people in just in different ways, not the hospital setting.
Thanks, Dan.
I'm sort of hearing that as an open-ended invitation, Alice, from Dan, to reflect a little bit on what you understand to be the difference between mentorship and spiritual care, because you articulate you're making that transition here.
Right. Yeah. As I said, I've done mentorship for a long time. But now the beginning of this unit, the whole process of getting into this unit and in this unit, it just strike me as there is intersections, but there's also differences in that spiritual care now becomes something very situational, and it is focused. It is immediate. You find the context too is a little bit different. It is very clinical context. When even though like the end goal for particularly this training for me will be continue to do care, but also really focus like in clinical settings, in the hospital, in hospice, in prison. I'm very passionate about these three dimension. As I grow in age, I feel like there's a lot of need there. So those people, they are not necessarily people I'm going to follow for a long time. Some people I might see one day, the next day I don't see again. So it is a different kind of, for me, it's a different kind of caregiving that transcends mentorship. In mentorship, I know I'm going to see this person, like those now that I do spiritual care, as I shared with Donna in my supervisor yesterday, is I'm targeting. It's not just like I still with those people I still do mentoring, but now again, the kind of questions I bring to the fore and the kind of way I engage those conversations becomes more clinical, right? And So I see that there is that navigation going on there between just mentorship as usual to like clinical care in terms of the targeting certain kinds of questions and making certain kinds of self-awareness in that process that allows me to change to be a caregiver, not just this walking along with in a long-term journey of spiritual growth that mentorship for me entailed. I don't know if it even makes sense, but yeah.
No, that made a lot of sense. Thank you. Very good.
Although,
Go ahead, Dan.
although I think in mentorship, it doesn't always have to be long term. I just sent in one weekly reflection to Donna where there's this young Mexican boy, gang related, was shot. His outlook in life is totally involved in one of these gangs. His brother's in prison. Of course, he's now partially paralyzed, and he still has this verbiage of an outlook of being in a gang, and you have to respect me because I am a 15-year-old man. And so, in the time that he's there, weeks, I will attempt as best I can to be seen as a sort of a mentor. I'm not formally stepping into that because I don't know whether I will be accepted as that, but I will try to do everything I can to exhibit to him that the lifestyle he's got is not working. So I don't know whether it'll work or not, but I'll show up and try to take him as far as I can in the few weeks he's there. So I think that they go side by side, and like you said, they intersect, and sometimes it's a short term, and sometimes it's a long term.
Thank
That's
you
all.
for sharing that, Dan. No, that framing is helpful. So I hear you describing yourself in relationship with this young man as mentor. So the spiritual caregiver as mentor. And so to connect with your goals, I would want to know what in your spiritual care assessment directed you to that as the appropriate intervention for this young man. Because it's not just some sense, because I hear your assessment, your judgment that your life's not going in the right direction. That's a judgment. So what in your spiritual care assessment says this is the intervention this young man needs? I'm going to try this intervention. So just connect that to your learning goals. I think that's powerful. And the fact that you're going to have a little time too, creates opportunity to build that relationship. I think your awareness, Alice, of what you call your growing edges is insightful. So again, you've acknowledged, and I love Lisa's feedback to you about acknowledging you're a newbie, and we're not going to compare each other. I'm a newbie too. This is my first group. And I love that self-awareness of your growing edges, and you're claiming them and figuring out, how am I going to turn these are my goals, and I want to make this transition. So I think we're going to learn a lot from you as you continue to develop this distinction and press through with your growing edges, which I really appreciate. And I can identify in my own newbie status with the importance of the transition from student to facilitator. And how am I going to do that and do it and stumble as little as possible? So I'm clear I'm going to stumble. Just try to do it as little as I possibly can. I did not, in reading or in your presentation, but I may have missed it. I did not hear you mention the word countertransference, but that came up in some of your feedback, and I think it was Lisa. So I'm curious about that. I'm curious both about Lisa's observation of it and what you think about that.
You are going to hear in my goals because I say that a lot. And that is for me, it's that rescue aspect of it. Then and which is always, as a rescuer, is always my projecting my life story, my experiences, my situational that 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 story of mine that I see in that person, and I'm trying to rescue. It's like I see myself in that same situation, that same experience, and I want to rescue that person to say, I don't want you to feel the way I did. I don't want you to experience the things I did. Let me rescue you. But the only reason why this rescue mentality is always there is because of my story. And so I'm just always transferring, even unconsciously, me in that I'm seeing me through that experiences, and the immediate um, instinct is me is I need to rescue that situation. I need to solve it. Why? I didn't have mine solved. So I went through it. I don't want somebody else to go. And and that is again, like I was sharing with Lisa's perspective, is what empathy does. It is it's good, but sometimes the boundaries are porous. They are not. It's hard to just keep that boundary and be not a rescuer, a coach, right? So for me, it's hard to be a coach, because a coach, you need to stay a little bit, disconnect a little bit to be able to help. But I have a really hard time disconnecting my realities from situations where I want to say, I don't want you to go through what I went through. I want to make it better. So that is that sense. But you will see it in my goals, because it's that rescue language translate into counter transference to me.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. Very helpful. Any other feedback or comments before Alice takes us into her learning goals? All right. She only has 10. Let's go.
Okay.
You have, yeah.
Okay. Can everybody see it all right?
Looks good.
Okay. Again, I still put this in bullet points. So I'm not going to use that word newbie. I just won't. You say I shouldn't. So I've just category A, spiritual formation and integration with the outcome of narrative history and indicators 1 and 2. And the goal statement is like, develop awareness of how my care tendencies, such as rescuing, intersects with my personal narrative and spiritual care identity. And the process here will be reflect on how formative experiences, experience sisterhood, the Geneva practicum shape my caregiving approaches, explore ways to transition from rescuing to empowering patients, seek feedback on patients' interactions and narrative use. And the measurement of progress will be the weekly reflections, supervisor feedback, group discussion, and narrative integration and growth. Group discussion, narrative integration and growth. Integration and growth, which is what the various stories for me today is doing exactly that. Then in terms of outcome, I'll strengthen my ability to connect personal transformative experience to current caregiving practice. And that will be practice identifying where my story, estrangement from my father journey, and all of that intersects with patient care. Use these moments to foster connection and empathy. And measure of progress will be through verbatim reports, which right now I've not seen, we've not done one, but hopefully verbatim reports, highlighting specific patient interaction where elements of my narrative were effectively used. Again, the reason I've said that, because Donna explained in one of our sessions how verbatim report is essentially telling the story like verbatim. So hopefully that narrative will help me a lot. Then enhance active listening skills to prioritize patient autonomy, work on listening without interrupting, develop open-ended questions to encourage patient reflection. Instead of assuming prayer, ask patients if they would like me to pray with them. And measure of progress will be supervisor evaluations, patient feedbacks. I Again, this is the question. I have a question about that. If we're even allowed to get patient feedback, for me, I put this because I always get students' feedback that helps me to be a better teacher. But again, that might not work in this unit. So I would like to hear what you have to say about that. Increase patient engagement in spiritual exploration. Enhance active, okay. Foster autonomy and agency in care encounter to empower patients rather than acting as a rescuer. Develop coaching strategy instead of solving problem directly. Practice reflective techniques to guide patients in finding their own path. Align my spiritual care practices with my theological understanding of ministry as a partnership of presence. Reflect on my theological perspective that ministry is about companionship rather than expertise. Evaluate how I embody this perspective during care encounters. The other one will be feedbacks and case study demonstration coaching instead of rescuing tendency. Group reflection, supervisors, feedback, and patient care logs indicating progress in integrating theological perspective into spiritual care. That is that category. Should I stop sharing and then get back to it, or what? Or should I just continue the other one?
What's your preference?
Because I have this, let me just continue because of the
Connection.
way
Okay.
my inability to keep the videos on.
Okay, no problem.
Category B, awareness of self and others and the outcome, self-care and indicator 1 is 6. Demonstrate knowledge to the variety of self-care and initiative use of self-care practices. Identify personal stressors in caregiving, e.g., counter transference from personal experiences such as estrangement. Engage in regular self-care practices like journaling, praying, or exercise. And that exercise is also part of what we do during our long break. And then develop boundaries to ensure sustainable caregiving. Practice setting emotional boundaries during care encounter to avoid over-identifying with the patient's struggle. Use supervision to process difficult cases and maintain clarity. Assessment will be self-assessment log, documenting consistent self-care practices and reflection on stress management. Supervisors' feedback and group reflection showing increased resilience and healthy emotional boundaries. The last one is integrate self-care as an ongoing practice to model well-being for patients and peers. Share insight on self-care practices during group discussion to encourage a culture of balance. Regularly evaluate self-care routines and adjust as needed. And the way will be assess or progress assess is peers feedback, supervisors evaluation, personal reflection, showing consistent growth in integrating self-care into my daily routine.
Thank you. You've bitten off quite a bit here. I'm happy for uh Lisa and Dan to share if they want any sense around that part. And I would invite you to share your experiences around getting patient feedback. Do any of you have experience around getting feedback from patients and what that's like, what that's been like for you? You are allowed to do that. It's more the how as opposed to the what.
In my setting, I don't, because they generally give their opinion one way or the other anyway, but
And
so I
that's
don't generally,
feedback. And that's feedback, right?
I don't generally ask for it because sometimes it's not good.
Yes, Pastor, you blew it. Where I
So
work,
Lisa, mm-hmm.
where I work, the
Right,
5-year-olds don't give a lot of feedback. Parents do. Usually, it's positive feedback. Very seldom have I gotten anything where I haven't made the mistakes that have gotten my manager calls yet. I'm informed that sometimes that happens with some people, but that hasn't happened to me yet. I thought with the stupid mistake, stupid reference, I thought he was going to get one. Within that first goal that you had there, 1A, you fulfilled that one already by simply writing out your life history. You don't have to wait to verbatims, but you already gave that, so that's already fulfilled.
Oh, okay.
That's
Thank
all.
you.
And as far as newbies, Lisa and I are only about 12 weeks ahead of 12, 15, 16 weeks ahead of you. We're not that far ahead. This is second unit, not second year.
Oh, okay, that's true. Thank you.
Um,
Marcelo, have you ever gotten feedback from someone you were giving spiritual care to?
Yeah.
Did you
So
ask for
so I think every situation allows us to learn important thing to be able to help others. So, but um, share with the patient the our experiences is good. It's good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I go by my experience as a manager of a team of chaplains, 97% of their chart notes, because I read their chart notes, so that's hundreds of patients, all seem to say towards the end, I really appreciated your visit today. So I have noticed that trend. At least that's what my chaplains tell me. At the end, the patient expressed appreciation for my visit. So sometimes feedback comes without you having to ask for it. One
Okay.
way that I ask for feedback when I provide spiritual care, I'm in the role of the chaplain. As the visit is ending, I will say, is there anything else I can do today to support your spiritual care needs? And I might add, do we miss anything? And just create a space. And what happens is they either say, yeah, I really wanted to pray, or yeah, or no, this was just what I needed. And so I've gotten feedback without saying, can you give me some feedback on what we did today? And it's
Okay,
helpful
that's
because
helpful.
often they'll say, yes, there's just this one more thing. And that one more thing would have been the whole thing we should have been talking about the whole time. But that's how I do. All right, good. Very
That's
good.
helpful.
These are some aggressive goals. Go ahead.
I said that is very helpful. Thank you. It's different context for in the context of the university feedback. Then it's not really required, but it's highly encouraged. And like you said, Lisa, a lot of those who jump to give feedbacks are those who are not passing your class. So they jump to give feedback to say you are the problem, you know. But it's not that. It's like I really ask, if you are going to give me feedback, tell me specifics, something that can help me do better. But again, this is a different setting, and I appreciate that kind of, don't know what you say in terms of the other modality of feedback than the one I'm used to. Thank you.
And I think you're going to find it very beneficial. Very beneficial.
Mm.
Excellent.
Working where I work, sometimes the feedback will oftentimes come back from the parents if I've said something that they wish they could have said, but the kid's not listening. So it just comes from a different source, um, such as, some of your best or worst decisions happen when you're 12 years old. And the parent is wanting to be able to say that, but they couldn't say it because the kid wouldn't listen to them, but they'll listen to a stranger.
Mhm. Thank you.
I've said this before, and I'm so excited that I'm getting to repeat it. I'm glad that I'm repeating it. Your care statement lines up very well with your learning goals. Not that they necessarily had to, but the fact that they are so in sync speaks to your self-awareness, your intentionality, and identifying genuine areas of growth, as and I said this with Dan and Lisa as well. Just very well done. Your self-awareness is excellent. And that's really where we are in level 1. We're at a place of heightened self-awareness. That's where I am too. I'm aware, I'm being very intentional to be aware of what I'm saying, how I'm saying it, and all of that. So very good. And I think this is some aggressive goals, and we're going to learn a lot as you journey through this process with you. Well done. Well done. So to answer your first question, did you do it right? Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Very good. All right. These are some good care statements and good goals. We're off to a great start. Remember, and Marcelo, I have that little paragraph on the syllabus that we're about to take our, what is it called, guys? You always have to help me every time. What's it called, Lisa?
Is it beer break? That's self-care, isn't it?
Self-care
Thank you,
point.
Dan.
Self-care.
Thank you, Dan. Your self-care practice group. And so we're encouraging during this time for you to practice some act of self-care. I have a 10-minute mindfulness meditation that I'm getting ready to listen to, and then I'll note how effective that is for me and whether or not I'm going to keep doing it. And then I'll finish my little break time, and I'll be back with all of you in 30 minutes. I will see you in 30 minutes, and Marcelo is going to lead us out. Good? All right. See you then. And it's almost all back. Marcelo, would you like to put your screen up? Or however it is you plan to do your
Yeah, I
narrative.
share my lifetime history.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, let me see.
We see it well on this end.
It's good size?
It's a good size. Good size, Dan?
It's good?
Good size, even for my little laptop.
Okay. So I start him. Okay.
Okay.
Lifetime story de me, Marcelo Escárzaga. Early life in 1976. I was born in Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, Mexico in 1976. I am the second of the three siblings. We are a middle class family where my parents working hard to provide us with education and instilling in us the values of the family and respect for all people. My family is very conservative, but always willing to help others, offering shelter and food. I remember that people from southern Mexico who had no home would often arrive, and my parents would take the him. So, in this part, I put a very traditional because in my context in Mexico, do you know the machismo? You
Yes.
know what I mean? Yes.
Tell us though. Tell us what that means.
Okay, so in Mexico, for los 1780s, 90s too, the men's is only working in everything. So the mom is only care to the kids. So the mom don't have access to the school, to the job. So in my context, and my family is very conservative, and the very important in the home is the father. This is the machismo, you know? Okay. So in sport in 1993, I played in soccer and was selected to be part of the professional team called Cobras de Juarez, where I made my debut on the age and the 17. I trained with the team for 3 years, which was an important experience in my life. Wherever I was not very comfortable because we have to travel every 2 weeks, which affect my education. I made two decision to prioritize my education. School, 1994, I begin my study at the University of Zacatecas, Mexico, where I pursued a bachelor degree in humanity and philosophy. seminary 1997. I began my theological studies on John Wesley Seminary in Monterrey, Nuevo León, Mexico, where I had the opportunity to pursue a bachelor's degree in theology. This provided me with the foundation to start my ministry as a missionary. So isn't the same in Mexico, the seminary, the theology, for example, only the principal leader is the man. The woman don't have change to the uh, lead to the church. So in my experience in the seminary, the ladies or women go to the seminar, but study only education. Theology is only for teaching to the kids, not for the pastor. So this is the in the 90s. In I think now it's different, but in this time, the women don't have any opportunity to lead to the church. So, missionary work in 2000, I served in Juan Aldama, Zacatecas, a very small community where we established a community support center for the most valuable women. We security land and complete the first phase of the construction for the church building. Wedding in 2000. In April 8, I celebrate my wedding with my fiance, Corazon Moran, de Escárzaga, who has been my friends and partner in the journey of adventure and service of God. We are about to celebrate 24 years in this year of Mary and her blessing with four children. Andre, 24, Ari, 23, Alessandro, 18, and Marcela, 15. I thank God for them. So my wife, I know my wife in the seminar. So when both finished to the seminar, my wife sent to the one church for support, working only with kids. So the vision that my wife is lead to the church. So we planning to move to Mexico for US, but only we pray for the. It's very important for me that my wife lead one church or working in the ministry more more time. Pastoral work in the Methodist Church de Mexico in 2002, 2005, and two churches, Betel in Ciudad Juárez, Príncipe de Paz, Chihuahua. We served as pastor in these two churches where we had significant experience with both communities and Betel, located at the border with El Paso, Texas. We ministry in the crossing point for the many migrants. The second church, located in the capital of Chihuahua, allowing us to learn different aspects of ministry. Both places provide valuable learning and growth experience. So, in United Methodist Church, 2005 to present, we received an invitation to serve in California, a California Nevada conference in California Central Valley, specifically in Porterville, California, where we currently reside. Here we ministry to farm workers, offering social and spiritual support. The need for the care and assistance has grown to include other sites that like to Tipton, Tulare, and Visalia. It's very close to Porterville, around to the 25 miles around to the Porterville. We see first generation families who require pastoral care and support. So the first generation is Hispanic speakers. So these people is very poor in Mexico. So come for U.S. For working in the field. So these people don't speak any English. The Spanish speaker is very poor. So I working with this generation and second generation too. So the second generation have opportunity to attend to the school, and the goal is help to the kids go to the college or the university, because and sometimes the the family goal say, oh, I want to my son finish to the high school, uh, come back to the field for help us to work in the field. But I working with the families, the this new generation need more opportunities in this country. So um, thank you God for the we have new professional people in our church, but don't come in this town because it's very small town. These people working in the big cities. So return to the seminar in the 2020 in 2024. I enrolled at Fuller Seminary to purpose a master in divinity. Graduating in May, this May, last May 2024, was an incredible adventure and the opportunity to complete my master studies. This is my story, lifetime story.
Excellent. Thank you. Marcelo, can you stop your screen share?
Okay, wait. Okay, let me see. Oh, s-
And are you open to some conversation from us and feedback? You ready for some feedback, Marcelo?
yeah.
Okay. So congratulations on completing the degree, your master's degree. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What brings you to CPE?
Ay, ay, ay. Again, I need more tools for help to the people. This is one. The other one, I'm busy to the hospital in Poroville,
Mhm.
Poroville Hospital and Kaguya Hospital. So I go for the pastoral care, but I think I need more tools about to the care better to the people. And sometimes I'm going to the hospital. Okay, I come in. Let me pray. I'm praying. Okay, bye. So uh, I need more skills
Okay.
for care to the people. But in the future, um, I working in the hospital is fine. Other issues, different parents call me because the kids or the youth is in the jail.
Mhm.
So I visit to the jail. So I stay here. He said, are you chaplain? No, no, no. I am pastor of the church. So I come into the support uh, this person. So a lot of people, this area is in the jail. So I need more skill to support to the.
Wow.
Um,
That's so very helpful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Um, anyone else? Thank you.
you're
Wow.
welcome.
Um, if I understood right, you said that where you grew up in a very conservative household, your women weren't allowed to like preach or anything like that. Um, but your wife is now a preacher.
Mhm. Yeah.
I thought that, yeah, that I like that because um you changed your view on everything. Your family didn't dominate your view on women preaching. And I like how you have served for so many years and helped so many people. So you're actually out there doing the work. You said you just need a little bit more skill, and that's what we all came for, more skills to um be able to help the people. Because I'm like you, I would go in and pray and like, okay, and leave. But now I'm learning the skills to be able to spiritually assess the person and, you know, not just pray for them, but ask them, do they need prayer? And, is there anything else spiritually that we could do for them? So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. So, um, when my wife is receive appointment for the bishop, she is working with the senior pastor, and my wife is
Hmm.
for the only for the kids. When
Hmm.
my wife receive salary for pension too, and I don't remember the other um, pension, salary,
Health insurance.
insurance. So when my wife is married with me, she receive appointment, but she lost pension, salary, eh, everything because she is married with me.
Oh,
So I talking when the bishop, why? Because he's woman. So my uh a long time ago we received invitation for working with Hispanic people in Ohio, in Cleveland.
mm,
But I said no, thank you, because my heart is in Mexico. I want to serve in Mexico. So when my wife passed for this process, my mind is thinking, I need move to the other opportunity in US because my wife needs serve uh, the same the same with
mm,
me, you know.
right.
So
Hmm.
right now she have appointment in other place and I have
Mm,
appointment in other place.
okay.
The bishop and the superintendent, she support my wife in the job. So this is very important for me because I am the same, my wife and I. In Mexico, the thinking is very different, you know?
Right.
Mhm.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
No, thank you too.
Thanks, Marcelo, for sharing. And congratulations again
Thank you.
on that big milestone. Um, I just want to follow up on Lisa is connected to that. If I hear you, I understand that today your wife is serving in full pastoral ministry, not just children, right?
Hmm.
And today also she gets it, full pay. Is it equal pay or full pay as a pastor would, and not because she is a woman? Did I understand that?
Hmm.
That today her gender as a woman does not limit her from getting equitable salary. I
Hmm.
don't know if today that is not longer the case.
Yeah.
If I may ask, is it because she's being paid here or she's being paid by the church back home? And if it's the church back home that commission you, does that mean they're changing somehow their views on women?
Hmm. Are you asking?
Right. Is she paid by the church back home? Is she sent? Is she's pastor here in California, right?
Hmm. She, she,
Is
she, she studied the same. the same than me. She is bachelor in theology. She studied uh, law, LAW, in Mexico. So in California, Nevada conference, she have full-time appointment. I have part-time appointment because I study uh, uh, the chaplain. So, but the point is, she received the same opportunities here, here.
And
Mhm.
you're in the
Okay,
United
thank you.
Methodist denomination.
Yes.
So the United Methodist denomination here would have equity in theory
Yeah.
across gender for appointments,
Mhm.
right? And so you'll need to unlock your iPhone first. Sorry about that. So it's not so much it's changed in Mexico just yet, as much as she's now has an appointment here in the United States.
Yep.
And you said she studied law.
In Mexico.
Wow. Go ahead, Alice. You had a follow-up question.
Right. So the church in Mexico is United Methodist.
Yes, but long time ago, the missionary, the UMC, go to Mexico, but the UMC in Mexico is very independent to the US, the United Methodist Church. Yeah, it's pretty for long time ago.
So the church in Mexico until this day, they do not ordain women for full-time pastoral ministry except for children ministry.
Yes.
Today in Mexico, can women be full-time pastor or they are just relegated to children?
Okay. No, in this time in 2025, it's ordained pastor, but the woman is married. He lost to appointment, everything in this year. Yeah, yeah. She can work single, only single. But if she is married, is no more in charge. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Marcelo, are there any difficulties that you've encountered in ministry or life that help you to appreciate your ministry better?
Thank you. Mhm.
Was that a question, Dan?
Next question.
Yeah. Are there any difficulties that you've encountered in life or ministry that help you to understand ministry better?
Okay. So in our cultures, in this area, um, we working together because the mentality the Mexican people, especially to the men's, um, not all men's, but don't support to the leadership the woman. So, for example, in Sunday, regular Sunday, we have four service: 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and one o'clock. So one service I attend to, oh, 9 o'clock is in Hispanic service. I attend to this service. My wife attend to the service 9 o'clock in Tipton, but this service is in English. So 11 o'clock my wife and I, we stayed together in Visalia with the service in Spanish. One Sunday she preach, one Sunday I preach. So, but I don't have appointment, official appointment in this place. But I'm going to this church because the men's, the Hispanic men's, need looking to the pastor, you know. So looking the leader. But my wife preach twice a month. I preach twice a month. 1 o'clock we have other service in Porterville in the Spanish church. I preach every Sunday. My wife is come with me in some time, but she support me and I support to my wife.
Do you find that the machismo shows up in you now as you are providing spiritual care?
Me?
Yeah. Are there ever, do you ever catch yourself behaving a certain way?
Um, I explain to the people the every person is very important for God. Every person is the same possibilities. Every person need support. So uh, I show to the people to uh, my wife or any woman or any person uh, is very important. So
That's what you teach the people.
mhm.
How did you get there? That's not your culture. How did you come to believe that?
uh, I think it's part of the culture. For the first generation, it's very hard, but the second generation thinking different. So I lo- I love to the first generation, but uh, I think the structure is is not good, but the new generation is very open to.
So are you first generation or are you in the second generation?
I am the first generation.
That's what I thought. How did you get to believe what you believe, even though you are part of that very conservative generation?
So um, I learned about to the my position. Uh, for example, for my grandparent, my parent. For example, it's very normal for grandparents. We have two two wives. It's very normal, you know. So when my dad is my mother, but I know that he go to the older ladies, but in my generation, I very disagree in these models, you know. So uh, I disappointment when this cultural situation, you know. So it's very normal to the one man, Mexican man is drinking a lot and machismo, a lot of women's, but they stay with one wife in home, but around other ladies. Um, so I think uh, me generation, I thinking different. So this is no good. This is no um, important for the family. You know. So I teach at this generation, in the next generation, the values, the values, Christian values, and um, I very disagree. I talking for a long time with the people for the men's group this position. So no.
Yes, thank you for that. Can you share with us one of your happiest memories of your mother or your grandmother?
Whew. Ah, so for my grandmother is in the Chihuahua capital, the Chihuahua. So my grandfather is the Durango. Do you know Durango? This is the root people in the north to the Mexico. For the story de Mexico, do you know Francisco Villa?
No.
Okay, the story de Mexico, Francisco Villa. He is very famous because he planning to buy um, arms to US, but the US don't send to the arms. So he preparing to the people go to US, he go to the banks, he pick up the money. So Francisco Villa say Pancho Villa, only Pancho Villa have two women every time. You know, this is
Yeah.
the philosophy to the Mexican.
Mhm.
So uh, he's very famous because oh, my goal is Pancho Villa. So my grandma happiness I think time with the family usually is cooking for the whole family stay together. So it's very important to every Sunday stay all family together, eat and celebrate to stay together. So my mother, my mother, she died 30, 37 years.
Mm.
Yeah, because have cancer.
Very young. Yeah.
Yeah, very young. So I think she don't attend to the doctor regularly. So, but she is the same, happy with the my brothers and me stay together. She growing in the Catholic Church. She attend every week, Sundays every week. But one uh, one time she attend to the Methodist Church in Ciudad Juarez. She changed, so we started in the new journal with the Methodist Church in Juarez. Yeah.
That is awesome. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments or thoughts or curiosities?
Sounds like a very blessed, successful life without any kind of roadblocks in your life at all, that'd be desired, I guess. Um, I think for me, when I've encountered I worked as a pastor in Los Angeles area for about 15 years, and we had a ministerial association. About half were white congregations, and about half were Hispanic congregations, with a few black congregations in there as well. Some of the rest of us had some projects. We cooperated together, and we asked the ones that were the Hispanic congregations to do about the same, and they just looked at each other and said, "We can't do that." And the rest of us looked at each other rather puzzled and said, "Why not?" And they said, "We have El Jefe syndrome." Every one of them had to be in charge. So I think that's what Donna was kind of getting at a little bit is, have you encountered that in yourself where you've got to you've got to be in charge and have to be the one that is um, dominating as the man. I think that's what she was trying to get without saying it bluntly. I've worked with some maintenance crews.
I want you to own that for yourself. I feel comfortable communicating for myself.
I
I think
understand.
that's a great question. Marcelo, that's a great question, Dan.
Yeah, yeah. So, for example, we have committees, different finances committee, um, SPRC committee, what's the mean? Parroquia, church committee, different committees. So when I had meet every month with the committee say, well, what do you say, Pastor? The I'm say yes, it's yes. But do you say no, it's no. So I say to the people, no, 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 no. You in charge, you decide the financial, you decide to the everything because this is different committees. So I am I am explain to the people I am the pastor, but I am not the jefe, the chief, the you know. So it's the cultural in the Hispanic church uh, is complicated because and sometimes we ask to the pastor. No, 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 no. We decide about to the everything. So we working in the local church about this situation too.
Sounds like a different generation. The ones that I was dealing with were pastors during the 90s. So it may be a generational thing that this was something that was common around 50-year-old pastors during the 90s that may not be as present now 25 years later.
Yeah.
Marcelo, do you
Ask
know
Marcelo.
where Dan is from?
Okay.
Excuse me?
Do you know where Dan is from and did some of his early ministry? He does
Los
not.
Angeles?
Yeah, share a little bit. Well, not just Los Angeles, you also in Bakersfield, right?
I was born in Bakersfield, grew up in the valley here, the San Joaquin Valley. I've been
Okay.
Fresno, Tulare, Delano, Bakersfield, as all through this area as a boy. Went to the Midwest to go to seminary, came back to Los Angeles for about 15 years as a minister and about another 10 years um, in property management and social work.
Okay.
So I've been all through the Midwest for about 10 years, but California about since 1987.
Mm-hmm.
Right now I'm in the Fresno area.
Okay. Yeah, Bakersfield is very close to my home. Porterville is 40 minutes to the north.
Alice, go ahead.
Marcelo, may I ask you, if I understand you correctly, in one of the services, that is the 11 a.m. services, you said you go there with the pastor, with your wife, because the people want to see the leader, that is the pastor, that is you. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Your wife is also a pastor, but they want you there because they want the pastor. And your wife is there and erased as the pastor. And you go there to be that pastor. Could I hope I understood you correctly to begin with. And why so? Because they want you there because they want to see the pastor. Yet your wife is actually the employed pastor there, but you go there because they want to see the pastor. That is the man. Because those are more first generation that feel comfortable with seeing the man as the pastor. And can you help us understand why you're very progressive, but you allow that to keep going on?
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. In the United Methodist Church, the bishop announced to the appointment each pastor. So, my wife received appointment in Visalia United Methodist Church. This church is Anglo Church, but she started the Hispanic Church ministry. So now this group is growing. Families is coming to Hispanic service, 11 every Sunday. But I attend to the service for support my wife. And sometimes I stay only in the service. I don't have appointment in this place. But the people say, oh, this is the pastor. Marcelo is the pastor. Is your wife. She's wife. She's pastor wife. But no, she is the pastor. So in our culture, Hispanic culture, um, the man is the pastor. But the UMC, she is the appointment in this place. So I attend to this service because I support to my wife. You understand me?
Right. I just want the part where they see you there and they need the pastor to be there and you are there as the pastor, right? When you go there, they see you as the pastor, right? In that moment, can you help us? How do you, what language should I do to subvert,
How
or
does he
how do you
respond to it?
respond to it?
Yeah. No, no. My wife attend every week to the meetings when the Anglo Church, when the staff meetings. I don't attend to these meetings. So, but my wife explained to the senior pastor about me position in this church. I don't receive any salary for this church, anything, but I am part to my wife team. It's the same. My wife is come with me. She don't have appointment in Boroville, but she support me for uh, stay with me with woman ministry, or she's prayed in my church too.
Does she
One,
preach at your church too?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I invite to my wife to preach once a month, so it's combined. So it's the same. It's the same. I show to the people it's the same. My wife and I for preach. So,
Thank you.
no, you're welcome.
Who's the better preacher?
We're
She,
speaking of
we have 10 years ago, we have a radio station in Spanish, Christian station. We have program every Tuesday, 12 to 1. We stay together in the radio. Oh, this is Marcelo in Corazon. We are pastor in Porterville, Visalia, blah, blah, blah. So usually we share my number, not my wife number, only one number, cellular phone. So when I finish to the radio station, we receive a lot of calls. I say, okay, this is Pastor Marcelo. Uh, the people say, I don't need talk with you. Please, I need talk with the Pastor Corazon. So it's very popular, my wife, with me.
It's good she's helping you out. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dana.
yeah.
what we're talking about is cultural problems that an individual can't necessarily just fix by themselves. When I was when I was 18, I had a man's job that a woman was considered not capable of doing. I was a bus driver, and a woman was not considered capable of being able to do that, and that was in Bakersfield. I was 18 years old driving a school bus, and women were not considered capable because they could not handle a vehicle that was that large. And I think in our and it's church culture. And I think what Marcelo is doing is trying to support his wife to be able to do this the best way he can, utilizing her talents while making acceptable within their culture. Am I saying that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because without you, she doesn't have, in the culture, she does not have the credentials to be able to do what she's doing unless she has your support.
She doesn't have the cultural clout or the cultural credibility.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but she has the denomination credentials.
She does.
Mhm.
Within the denomination I was in, she wouldn't be accepted.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Neither would I probably. Yeah.
No.
Right.
It's male dominated.
Yeah.
And that's part of the culture.
Mm-hmm.
When I was, within our churches, I never heard a woman preaching. Not once. Of course, I've been out of it for 20 years, but never once heard a woman in the pulpit unless she was giving announcements or leading children's worship.
When you were a pastor, did you ever invite a woman to preach?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right. Any other questions or comments or
It's not
feedback
even
for
not
Marcelo?
even considered. No more than we could ask a woman to drive a school.
Got it. Like you said, one person might not necessarily be able to change it, but we appreciate you sharing this, Marcelo.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This is very helpful.
I do have students also that are Latinx students, the male ones. This is at the seminary level, the master's in divinity level. One thing I do is I ask the students to do practice preaching in class. The male ones, again, to show that a lot has not really changed. There's change happening both from us Latinx context, African context, same thing. You do have hardcore. It's 2 semesters ago, hardcore male students. They really, because when they do the preaching, the class serve as the congregation to peer review that the sermon. And the males have male students. In this particular case, there were the Latinx students who were hardcore to say it's fine to preach that sermon in the classroom, but they will never listen to a sermon by a woman, because women should not teach men. And I'm saying, oh, how do you feel about me teaching you? And the immediate answer was, but that's different, right? So we still have that same mentality today. They're fine with me teaching them in classroom, but they will not be fine with me within the pulpit. So we still have a long way, long way. And again, it's due because we have in certain cultures like my culture, Marcelo's culture, is still very, very androcentric. So
Many places.
patriarchal and androcentric that gradually, and I think Dan says it well, is you enter this culture, you do your best in hospitable way to let it expand, and hoping that it expands, it expands. But if you go there to just change it, you are dead. You won't. That is where you get mental health and just get out, you know. Or for people like myself who say, you know what, I will not breed in that space. So I will not just go there, So it's still Marcelo we still have that today. It's still going on. Hopefully we get more men. And this is what I say to I appreciate my white students who stand up for advocacy for persons of color. It's like when we get your voice and as an ally, not performative ally, but a real ally, then it makes people see you and they can listen and pick it. Maybe another person will also come to be an ally. Hopefully we get more allies like you, Marcelo, that will stand up and say, you know what? There's we are all the same before God.
Mhm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, take a deep breath, take a 10-minute break. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. See you.
Great. Good importance.
Feel like I have Marcelo on the hot seat. Come on back, everybody. I know you're here. Come back. I did not pay attention on the email. Did everyone email their spiritual care statement and learning goals to everyone? Good, thank you.
I did, yeah.
Thank you, good. Give Marcelo a few more seconds. Alice, let's confirm, do we want to be 10 a.m. on Thursday? 10 a.m. is fine with me. That's 10 a.m. Oh, we're on the same time zone. 10 a.m. is fine for me, if that's fine for you.
Yeah, we can come from 10 a.m. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. 10 is good.
What time did you want to do that with me?
I'm still good for you at 9
Which day?
and Lisa at 10 on Wednesday.
Okay.
10 my, not 8 my time. I'm sorry, Lisa, which is 11 your time.
Mhm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Marcelo, you're on. Let's do your spiritual care statement first, and then we'll take a look at your goals.
Wait. Spiritual care. Let me see.
That's that. You see it, or do you need me to pull it up? You got it. Here we go.
So my spiritual care statement, um, I believe that the spiritual care involves addressing the holistic need of individuals, encompassing their emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being. As a pastor, my mission is to walk alongside people on their faith journey, provide support, hope, and guidance in moments the joys and difficult. My approach to spiritual care focus on fostering a sense of belonging with in the community and the caring for families who are farm workers. To the community I serve, I am here to listen, pray, and offer moral and spiritual support. It is insignificant for me to provide spiritual care to be able to listen to and accompanying people in their own faith journey and to go beyond spiritual care, be advocating the justice and serving others in practical ways. I believe faith is living out to acts of the kindness, support for the most vulnerable, and community to strengthen our community. So I see today Alice, Dan, and Lisa papers. So I did not understand the process to the goal setting task. Um, I see I print into the old paper,
Right. Wait,
but
before you go to the goal setting, the spiritual care
okay,
statement is fine. So let us have a chance to talk about this first, and
okay,
then we'll talk about your learning goals.
okay.
And we're going to meet you right where you are. So let's talk about the spiritual care statement. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Feedback for Marcella.
Marcelo, thank you for your spiritual care statement. Does your 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 clinicals are particularly among in the community, if I can understand it, yeah. that is where you do your clinicals?
Okay. So in this moment, um, I have practically 2 weeks. So I learning about to the clinical. So in this moment, I thinking in my camp in the church.
Okay.
So I need more time for the clinical. So I I see uh, different uh, points about to the clinical. So it's different, very different. So um, but I think a little similar, but it's uh, different context. I think.
Mhm. Okay.
And
No, I
just to
deduced
clarify,
that from your statement, so
yeah,
that's why I.
Mhm.
thank you, Alice. That's a good clarification because his clinical setting is a hospital.
Mhm.
But we already heard a little bit from his goals that he wants more skills that he can even bring to his work as a pastor in the community. So that was
Mhm.
a great clarifying question. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Um, I was just thinking about your story that you shared previously about, how you care for your wife and how that you think that you believe everybody's equal and everybody, God loves everybody. I think that carries through in your mission to the community as well, because you're trying to ensure that there's justice and you advocate for people in need. And um, I think that you're doing a great job, and especially you said you need a little bit more help with some skills, and we all do. So thank you for sharing your story, and it was a good story.
Thank you too, Lisa.
Yeah, many of the skills that we learn within CPE are translatable just down into into being a minister within a church, especially as it comes down to like active listening and being there in the moment for the people there rather than just. Oftentimes, I was a pastor and it thought more of it as a group, uh, even though I worked better with people as individuals. But
Thank you.
One of my favorite things that you noted that I so appreciate that sometimes I forget is that spiritual care providers, we're also there for people to come alongside them in moments of joy. And I appreciated that you noted that it isn't all in times of suffering and distress.
Mm.
Sometimes it's also joy. I am confident we're going to learn a lot together. And I appreciate the inclusivity of your statement, especially having heard your life map, you're sharing your background, similar to what Lisa said. I really appreciate this. So this is going to be a good journey. And there was one other thing too, you pointed out, in addition to the spiritual care skills you want to learn in terms of caring for people, you also want to be very practical. So I think you and Alice are going to have some good conversations on how to be practical and not rescue,
Mm.
so this will be good. This will be very good. So thank you. This is a good spiritual care statement. Well done, Marcella. Well
Mhm.
done. And now we'll move to your learning goals. And I'm going to ask if you're able to have handy you know, that list of learning goals that just comes in the middle of the syllabus that seems so out of place. If you can have those in front of you, Marcelo, is this your first unit?
Mhm.
This is your first unit
Yeah,
of CP.
yeah, that's my first.
So we get to focus on level 1A, and we're
One.
going to journey with Marcelo, helping him make connections between his learning goals and those objectives. So if you can have that, and Marcelo, you take the screen again and show us the learning goals. And we're going to work it out together.
Okay.
So there's no such thing as a wrong answer. We're all just in different places. And so we get to journey with you in doing this part of this assignment.
Yes.
No problem.
Okay, learning goals.
Okay.
Goal one. My goal is to learn
Did
how
you
to
share your screen? Share your screen so it's in front of us.
Yeah, I share the screen.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't see it. That's because I had my screen wrong.
Yeah.
I
Everyone
see
see
it
my
now.
screen?
Everybody sees it. It was just me. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. Sorry. Learning goals. Goal one. My goal is to learn how to provide mindful spiritual support to each patient, listening to their needs and offering the encouragement, comfort, and strength.
Okay, stop right there.
Mhm.
And let's have some feedback and help connect this goal to a level 1A outcome and indicators. And if you need to ask some clarifying questions of Marcelo, please do that. And we're going to help make that connection, Marcelo, that you were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
I think his first goal is connected to indicator 1A9.
1A9.
Demonstrate knowledge of and initiate use of empathy in spiritual care contexts.
Mhm.
You see that connection, Marcelo? You agree?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Any other feedback just for goal 1? I think you're right. Marcelo, when you think about goal 1, how do you think you can accomplish that?
Okay, let me see. Mm, okay, do you repeat again, please?
How can you accomplish goal 1? How are you going to do that?
Okay, so I think um mm, no.
So one way, can you see the goals and outcomes, Marcelo? Everybody?
Mhm.
So under category E,
Oh, spiritual
press
formation and integration.
it might the way you might learn how to provide meaningful spiritual support and all of that might come through your consultation and feedback. That might be a part of your learning process of spiritual care. That's one way. It's not the only way. That's
Okay.
one way that might be helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else see something else they think might be even more helpful? Would you like me to leave the goals or go back? There's no one right answer, but this is the piece that you're going to add to your learning goals. You're going to connect them
Mhm.
to level 1A outcome indicators. I like that piece about listening.
Mhm.
You want to enhance your ability to listen. I didn't see anything. Everything sort of speaks to that, huh?
Mhm.
Okay, let's try your second goal. I'm going to move this out the way.
Okay, the go-to to learn how to create a space to hope and peace for patients and their families, accompanying during the times of crisis.
All right. What do you guys think?
Okay. And in category B,
Okay.
awareness of the self and others,
Awareness of, yeah, yes. That makes sense to me.
is indicator is demonstrate knowledge of the varieties of self-care and initiative to use of self-care practice.
Excellent. Very good. Anybody else have an additional comment on that? I see Lisa nodding her head. We get that connection. Yeah.
So you would look at goal 2 as maybe one of the things of self-care practices, not only for yourself, but teaching self-care practices for those under your care. Is that what you're saying?
Mm.
Marcelo, did you understand the question?
Yes, but no, I say the category B and outcome 1 and indicator 1A.6.
That's what
Okay.
I was looking at. At the end of 1A6, it says initiate use of self-care practices. So if they're in the middle of crisis, which I usually think of as something that you don't know how to handle, you
Okay.
don't know how to take care of something that has happened in your life, you have to learn how to take care of yourself.
Okay.
Such as if somebody has a crisis in their life, you come alongside of them and you're initiating self-care practices not only for you,
Mhm.
but it looks like you want to be able to help them initiate how to take care of their problems as well. If they're running out of money, they're running out of money. Part of self-care is learning how to handle your money, how to budget, how to say no to yourself when you want some little trinket of some kind.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm looking for something that in where you are looking at how you are coming alongside of what your suggestion is.
Thank you.
I think this idea of trying to accompany people and create a space of hope and peace is part of what we do in the use of empathy, right? We're not being judgmental. We're not even leading with sympathy or pity, but we're using empathy. So I think that's also category C,
Mhm.
outcome 1.
Empathy.
Indicator, yes, indicator 1A9, demonstrate knowledge of and initiate use of empathy in spiritual care contexts that would allow you to accompany people during a crisis.
Mm.
Okay, the next one is real easy. So the question again would be, how would you do that? And I'm going to explore that more in detail with you in IS.
Mhm.
So let's look at goal 3. Good job, everybody.
Goal
We're going to
3,
all goal 3.
to learn how to collaborate with the team to address the needs of patients, offering them compassion and support. I select outcome 3, group dynamics indicator. I A11, demonstrate and understand of group dynamics as they relate to spiritual care in countries and the learning process.
I understand why you selected that one, focusing on demonstrate an understanding of group dynamics. You're thinking of the group as the care team in the hospital
Mhm.
and how then it relates to the spiritual care encounter for the person. I think the outcome is thinking more about this group. And in terms of its dynamics, I'm not saying change it. Let's hold on to that.
Mhm.
And I think the next one, 1A12,
Oh, category T.
yes, demonstrate the ability to represent one's role and function when initiating spiritual care relationships, which in part would be your role and function on the spiritual care team. 111 is kind of focused on this group right here, Alice, Dan, Lisa, me, and you.
Mhm.
Anybody have a thought on that? Is that how you all are reading that? So I'm not saying drop 1A11. You can hold that. But I would
So,
say add 12 so that you can look at group dynamics here and group dynamics at the hospital where you're trying to collaborate. So you're going to collaborate with the team at the hospital and collaborate with this team.
yeah, and this week in San Ange in the hospital, this hospital is a Catholic hospital, right?
Right.
So I collaborate with the chaplain. I am a student to the chaplain. So in 2 times, the code blue is called for us. I stay in this situation, but I am only observing to the chaplain. I observing to the doctors or the nurse. The dynamic, the group dynamic is very interesting because in this context, this group is working together because the nurse and the doctor and the chaplain stay together with the family in this context, not in the
Yes.
other context. Yeah.
That's a very good observation. That's excellent. Okay, Marcella, let's go with it. I understand.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. This is
So you're going to add those, like as you saw in the earlier presentations, you'll add those and you'll talk about how. So you gave this example, you'll have others. And we'll keep looking at them when we meet in IS. Excellent. Any other feedback for Marcella?
Isn't he also talking about assessments to address the needs of patients? Isn't that
Mhm.
I think
looking at?
so. I think so, Dan. Yeah, I think you're right.
I just haven't. I'm just drawing a blank when I'm looking over this and
Yeah, I
looking.
think you're right. It is also talking about assessments.
Mhm.
A15.
Yeah, 1A15.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good one. Do you see that one, Marcellus? Look at 15.
Wait. Yes. The outcome three, use the spiritual assessment and the care plans.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any more questions, Marcella, for what you've done?
No, 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 no. Thank you to
Excellent.
each the you for this meeting. I'm learning today. Each.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you had an opportunity to collaborate with this team. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you for doing, no, this is real. Thank you for doing your learning goals and giving us this space. How are you guys? Do you need a break or can I press on and we end a little early? I need like 15 minutes.
We can press
Yeah,
on.
press on to
Press
end early.
on. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, we continue to look ahead to what is next for us. And thank you for sending your materials to the entire group. It's so important. And this was an example of why it's so important. We get to work together and help one another. And it makes our work easier. So thank you for doing that. I hit some kind of button. Can you all see my screen? Is it okay? Okay. Is it large enough? Okay. So please do continue to follow that. This is just your syllabus and I haven't changed it. I'm not making any change to it. For the next time we gather, which is the 31st, Alice, I already did this. I already confirmed it's time. And we agree it's going to be 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Marcelo, we need to determine when your IS session will be. That's the individual supervision session. That's just you and me. It is a super session.
Yeah. So what time?
Your mind is theological right now.
Yeah. What is the best time for you?
The best time for me is the best time for you. I can't do it Fridays from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'm busy at that time.
Okay.
But that
So
was a joke, Marcelo. You're busy at that time too.
yeah.
What day
So
of the week works better for you? In all honesty, it would help me if it was a Wednesday or a Thursday.
Wednesday is fine.
Okay. Is
29th January.
that's Wednesday. What
Yeah.
time?
Um 10 o'clock is fine.
10 o'clock is fine. So I'm gonna adjust my schedule to make that happen. And that's what we'll do. So I'll see you this Wednesday. You come to the same Zoom
Okay.
and I'll
Gotcha.
be there. Okay, knock that out. I have all my witnesses. Okay. And then for next week, there's going to be a lot of instruction. So I'll try not to let it be too boring, but it would be helpful if you would just sort of read through or familiarize yourself a little bit with the interfaith spiritual reflection. It's in your handbook. I'm just going to talk about it. I'm going to do one and we'll talk about it. You ask, and so your wish is my command, Alice. We're going to talk about verbatims because then the following week you're going to be doing verbatims.
Yay.
We're going to talk about our interpersonal group seminar, what that's going to look like for us. And I would like you to think about, and together we're going to create rules for how we respond to verbatims and how we participate in our interpersonal group seminar, which is about 50 minutes at the end of each of our Friday sessions. Not each one, but most of them. I especially want you to think about, and so come prepared to answer this question. If you don't do anything else, come prepared to answer the question, what helps you receive feedback well? What helps you receive feedback well? So if I want to give you some feedback on what you've presented in class and your verbatim or your spiritual care reflection or whatever it may be, what works best for you to receive feedback? So for me, what works best for me is when a person is giving me feedback, is for them not to start with what went well. I need you to start with what didn't go well. That's just me. But other people want you to start with what went well. But my hypercritic is already running along, so you might as well just join in with my hypercritic as opposed to trying to tell me what went well and I'm not listening. I'm dismissing it. I'm not counting it. I want to first hear what didn't go well, and then you can tell me what went well. But that's just me. That's something I learned about me. So I need you to think about, for you personally, what works best for you to receive feedback. And then we as a group are going to do our best to meet you there. So Dan, he already told us, only say good things. And he's good to go. And so each of you really seriously think about that, because it makes a difference in our engagement of verbatims, where we talk to one another and we help each other achieve our learning goals. And it makes a difference in what kind of feedback we are comfortable giving. If I know or have an idea of what is good for you for feedback, it's going to help me jump in where it's helpful, not try to swim around and figure it out. I just want you to tell me. And there's nothing wrong. There's no wrong or right way. It might, whatever it might be, let us know. If it's more helpful for you to present in a different way than the format that we have, tell me that. And we'll work with that, whatever that might be. If it's more helpful for you to write in a different language other than English, because you're able to communicate better in another language. I don't know any other language but English, so that's what I mean by a different language, different from the language I know. Tell me that, and we can work with that, because it may be easier to do that. And so think about that. At a minimum, even if you don't look at anything else next week, come in really clear on sharing, this is the best way for me to learn. All right. And I think we've had enough for today. Any questions, comments, or feedback? I've already had one didactic subject request put in, and I'll start working on that. And next week, after our IS conversations, I'll be able to say more to you about what that following week is going to look like. I'm aware it's scheduled for site visits. I'm trying to make that happen for at least 2 sites, Dan and Marcella. But I will know for sure after we get out of, by the time we come together next week. And I already have the first didactic trauma-informed care. Okay. Inhale, exhale. It's a good journey. We're off on this thing together, and I think we're doing well and we're coming together well. Yes, Dan.
I was going to say, by way of clarification, you can say things that are bad about me. You can be wrong.
Thank you. We can be wrong. I love that.
I'll give you the freedom to be wrong. But also with me, probably to understand that I have a pretty thick bark on this tree. So it's in a fire. I've been through enough fires, and I'm pretty well protected. But it would be that I think what you're looking for is things like me saying, if you have something bad to say it once, say it twice, don't say it 12 times.
Say it once, say it twice, don't say it 12.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's very helpful. And what I would say is, can you be specific? I think I understand what you're saying, but can you be specific?
Say that, like I shared earlier today, that I mentioned to somebody that I said that that was stupid. And somebody come back, they could say, that wasn't a very tactful way to say it. And somebody else says, you know what, you could have said that a different way. Somebody else says, that was a stupid thing to say. And then somebody else, it's basically coming at it. And now I have a thick bark after a while, I just turn you off. But, get the point across, but you don't have to go ahead and put it through a meat grinder.
Okay.
That would be the kind of thing I think that you're looking at that would be helpful for me.
For you. That's very clear, Dan. Excellent. Excellent example of what we need to hear from one another.
On the clinical hour sheet, Sundays are always at the end, but we have to turn that stuff in on Saturday. But I usually work on Sundays.
You
So
sure do.
I changed it around on my paper. I changed it around for myself.
That
Is
was
that
brilliant.
okay?
It's
Okay.
brilliant. I understood it. I was like, oh,
Okay.
that's right. She works on Sunday.
Okay.
Yes,
I've got
that makes
Sundays
sense to
off.
me. Right. You have
Okay.
Sundays off, right, Dan?
I
Do
have
you
Sundays
do
off.
on call, Dan?
No, with ours doesn't do on call.
Okay.
I'm not on any of those schedules. I'm on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for 8 hours a day.
Okay. That's good to know. Very good. Excellent. Marcelo, you have any question about the clinical hours sheet?
No, I see the copy in the email. I printed it. I put to the hours for this is 2 weeks. Yeah,
Oh, and you're going to share that with me?
sure.
Okay. So you're going to email it to your site supervisor and
Mhm.
to me at the same
Yeah,
time.
the same time. Yeah, yeah.
That
I'm
just creates a
preparing
check and
today
balance
to send both. Yeah.
for 2 weeks. Okay. That makes sense. Alice?
I have a question about 2 questions for me. Just one is just clarification. We don't have an assignment due for class session next week, do we? For the
You
syllabus, right?
correct. You just have the
The assignments for Saturday.
that's right. The weekly reflection, the clinical hours. What's the other thing?
Outcome indicator.
Thank you. And the outcome indicator tracking, which by now I would think you're starting to flow with that. That's all you have for next week.
Okay.
And when we
The
meet
other
next week,
question is
go right ahead.
so sorry, no.
So when we meet next week, you're going to learn some more tools that you then will have homework from those tools.
Are there readings to do to come to class with at least some foundational knowledge to get more? I don't do well, just go to class tabula rasa to imbibe information.
That's right.
I
You
always
never,
like to.
yeah. So for next week, those areas that we're going to talk about, I would encourage you to read those sections in the handbook. So the
Okay.
interfaith spiritual piece, reflection, the verbatim, and the interpersonal group seminar. Read what's written in the handbook about those things. Then,
Okay.
if you want a little more reading, go to the bibliography and feel free to pick any one of those books that deals with any one of these topics if you want to do a little bit more reading. So like you could choose the one on spiritual care for diverse cultural contexts, or you could choose the one on educate. Man, you're not going to want that one. Well, you might on education and using verbatims for education. So if you wanted to do even more, you could do that. And Lisa says, help yourself.
Right. I'm not that motivated for do that extensive. I'm going to do
Just read. So read everything in the handbook that is highlighted, but it's not listed as a reading assignment. So I totally understand your question, Alice. So that would be the reading assignment. Read all of those things. And that's a good note for
that
me
is
for the
enough.
future to list it that way. I actually think that's very helpful. Thank you. That's a good goal for me.
Well, I admire all of you that are working outside of this. All I am doing is this, and taking care of my little monster, my wife. I'm sorry.
I'm working too outside that. But that piece that you said we should rate is fine, right?
There you go.
But
And so you
I
won't
had a
come in with a
second
blank
question.
slate. You won't come in with a
Right.
blank slate. You'll come in with those pieces, and then when I present, it'll all connect. No, that's a great
Yeah.
observation.
Yeah.
I'm going to make that
Mhm.
correction in my syllabus going forward to list it as reading assignments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My second
You-
thing to clarify, as I've always said, this is in respect to clinical hours. I only put hours that item clinical and defined by clinical in terms of anything that has to do with like the hospice care, anything that have to do with somebody struggling through emotional and what will be defined as clinical. I want to ask though, I literally spend a lot of time on Sundays at church listening to people. That has always been my thing because for one, I preach a lot too. So people are always coming to me after. Um, is that spiritual care? Because I really don't put that. I just said no, that is not, that's outside of that. But I need to know the if I'm understanding well, that boundary of what is considered spiritual care and what is not.
I can appreciate that question. So can Lisa. Lisa, you want to chime in a little bit with your experience on that? You're in a similar context.
Yes, because I do consider it spiritual care because they coming in and they taking at least 15 to 20 minutes of your time to help support them in whatever way that we do. And so I do, that's why I said I work on Sundays because it's back to back people all the time, all day basically on Sunday. So yeah, we're taking care of their need.
Very good. So you went back to your
Okay.
definition of spiritual care, right?
Mhm.
May I reframe just a little
Mhm.
bit, Lisa, the first part?
Yes.
So you said they're taking up your time. I want to
Well,
well, how would you reframe that?
yeah, that didn't sound very
I'm
good, I
I'm
guess.
offering some time in spiritual care. Taking it up. So
Mhm.
excellent. I agree with Lisa. Yes. There's the incidental spiritual care that you might do outside of your of your clinical setting. In your case, right? You have that you wouldn't count, but you absolutely count this other time. And I think
Right.
the standard of 15 to 20 minutes with someone, 15 minutes minimum for someone, is a good indicator. But you also have spiritual care encounters that are less than that. Because sometimes all you have is 5 minutes,
Right, right.
right?
Mhm.
So count that time.
Unfortunately for mine is a lot longer. I
Yes.
think I am trying to cut back because I think because I know I'm biblical scholars, you have all these people who I do Sunday school too, Sunday school with the children, and after Sunday school, obviously that's when you have all these youths nowadays with all their drama in school, right? Which again, but I've not like that. I did not bracket. I think today, I think by when Lisa said I work on Sunday, I said, wait a minute, I work on Sunday all the time. So I want to know what is that boundary, and obviously mine is never 15 minutes. I spend a lot of time, especially with the youths at church and some adults too who always having Bible question for some reason. Anyway, the Bible really is a
So
book that, yeah.
yeah, I don't want to draw an over restrictive line. Like if they're asking you a Bible question, that's not your CP setting is not as a Bible scholar, so that time wouldn't count. That may be accurate literally, but it may not be accurate in terms of the spiritual care because I can imagine you're responding differently now as you're learning different spiritual care skills. So I don't want to over prescribe to you, Alice. But if you are, but I would invite you to reflect, I'm in my context where I'm doing my clinical pastoral education work. This time probably counts.
Right. And yeah, that's absolutely I differentiate between just Bible to curiosity of Bible as text that they are wrestling with. And that is what I'm asking in the context of spiritual care, that is what will count. But
Yes,
if
it
somebody
would.
has curiosity, but the one I'm talking about is when they ask Bible question, it's not Bible as Bible, it's Bible as the text that it makes people really wrestle. Like the one I had last week with this lady was she has been praying a lot for God to open her womb. She's really has been praying a lot. And she had this huge faith crisis with the fact that every single time in the Hebrew Bible, all these women's womb are opened, right? They pray and God opened their womb. They pray and God opened their womb. And every single encounter, the womb is open. And she has this real problem because she's been praying, fasting for so many years. And why is my womb not being open? If Hannah prayed so much, she cried so much, God sees her and opens her womb, right? If you had all these stories, every single storyline ends with God opening their womb. Whether it's Sarah, it's Rebecca, it's Rachel, it's Leah, the wombs are all open. So she has crisis with that, right? Those are the kind of Bible question that I'm saying, because it leads to a faith crisis for a woman. So she sees herself like, am I not praying enough? Am I not fasting enough? Does God not like me? Those type of thing. Why is my womb, right? Then obviously I spend so much time to talk about different ways God opened wombs today, not just necessarily biology. You don't Having children today has taken multiple forms, so that is the kind of Bible question I'm talking about.
Okay. So I want to hear what Dan and Lisa's thought are. Marcelo, if you want to chime in as well, I want to hear what their thought is, and then I'm going to offer you my 2 cents. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, she's helping someone through a crisis and a struggle, and she's giving them the comfort, and she's not giving them the answers, she's helping them find their way through it. I still think it counts as doing the work, Um, I mean, you're caring about I don't know, maybe not
Yeah,
social justice, but you know what I mean?
it even sounds like her goals, doesn't it? Don't rescue them, but
Yeah, yeah. So I think you should count it, you know what I mean?
okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Dan, what's your thought? Marcelo, what's your thought?
When I've studied miracles in the Bible, they always had a purpose. If that's what you're looking for, is a kind of an answer. Um, the phrase that I found in the New Testament that made a difference is signs and wonders. And signs of wonders of what? Not miracles. You don't find them just being handed out as somebody walking down the street, because it's always pointed towards something. And what was it pointing towards? So not everybody it had that didn't have children receive children.
Okay. So you're sort of responding to the person with the spiritual care crisis saying, hey, this might be helpful.
This might be helpful.
Frame it in this way. Okay. And that would be reframing, which is one of our spiritual care skills. Marcella, does it count? You're also in a somewhat different context. Yeah.
Yeah. So my intention is to accompany a care to the person. So it's difficult to try to in sometime in my position Um, Different people say, "Oh, I need your prayer because God is help me for restoration, for example."
Mhm.
But I know I can pray, but I think to the medicine is important, to the
Hmm.
other um, tools is important, to psychology, so I prefer stay with the people and support and care, but in other ways, so the people need attend to follow direction to the doctors, you know?
Oh my goodness. So am I understanding you correctly? You're saying it's the other way. They're saying you pray for the healing and I
Mhm.
won't need this medical intervention.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard that. Yeah.
That's clearly right. So thank you, Marcelo. And that would clearly count as part of your spiritual care clinical hours.
Mhm.
Um, and I appreciate that you approach that in the way that you do.
Mhm. Thank you.
So I agree with what everything that's been shared, and I encourage you to do a spiritual care assessment before you answer it with any response or biblical exegesis or whatever. You do a spiritual care assessment, you will be very clear. I am in my CPE clinical hours.
And that's how
And
my brain is working now.
you'll be developing your spiritual care skills because your intervention to a question that is automatic is let me get the answer. But that's not spiritual care.
Mm,
That's
mhm,
question answering.
mhm.
But if you do a spiritual care assessment and then you have an intervention, it may be an answer like Dan's or like Marcelo's, but it's on the other side of the spiritual care assessment when you determine what was the appropriate intervention.
What were they needing?
That's
And
right.
it's funny because that's
That's right.
exactly what I did last Sunday. And I said, "Oh, gee, you are becoming to Jules unconscious competence." Because immediately, immediate, and I laughed at myself after when I was driving back. I said, the immediate reaction was, "I can feel your frustration right now. Tell me more about it." I have never in church
Very
setting
good.
I've never done that in church setting. I've been the scholar who brings up passage and say, let's talk together on this passage. But that immediate thing, I say, I can feel your frustration right now. Moya, tell me more about it. And we sat down, right? Which led to, normally I would stand up, we'll stand for like 30 minutes. Then we'll feel, okay, if it's getting longer, we sit down. But this was completely different. I'm like, you
Very
see, I
good.
laughed about it because that's not my modus operandi. I don't operate that way. But now, just one session and 3 days of orientation is just automatically changing. I mean, it's like subconsciously happening. And I'm happy because it's really like, when I say change approach, it's really changing gradually, beginning of changing approach for me.
That's excellent. So yes, count that as your clinical hours. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
and
Lisa,
and you
because
heard
you helped
Lisa
me.
reframe.
Yeah.
They taking up your time. You heard her reframe that, right? She changed it.
No, but at least Lisa
My
had me think, wait a minute, I work on Sunday too. So that's thank you,
This
Lisa.
this is the clinical method of learning. Excellent. Okay. Any other questions or clarifications? Marcelo, I need you to stay for just a moment. Anything else? Anyone else? Thank you
Thanks,
for work
everyone.
very well done and all the learning that we had today, both the learning and the laughter and the pauses, the ahas, the heavy moments and the hopeful moments. All of these are the things that you repeatedly bring to people in need, and you, Lisa, Dan, Marcella, Alice, you make the world a better place. So thank you. Have a good weekend. I'll see you in
Thank
IS.
you too.
All right. Hang
Thank
in
you
there with me for a
too.
moment, Marcelo. Take care, everyone.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
She just doesn't want to leave us. Do you have any questions about what you need to do for your goals? It seemed clear to me, but I want to make sure you got it.
No, I understand to the college. I put the goals in the uh, everything. So I got it.
Very good. So Dan sent out an Excel document as a tracker. Did he send it to you?
No.
You can send him an email. He's on our group email asking him to send you the tracker. And then
Oh,
all you have to do each week as you achieve each goal, you just keep adding to it.
okay.
By the end of our unit together, you will not only have accomplished, can you see my screen?
Yes.
You will not only have accomplished the ones that you identified today that were your primary goals, but
Mhm.
you're going to accomplish everything in level 1A.
Okay.
So you just identify 3 that you're focusing on, but when you do the verbatims, when we talk, when you give feedback in group,
Mm,
you'll accomplish other outcomes. And I'll point it out to you, your colleagues will point it out to you, even you'll think about it.
okay.
You may have a moment where you say, oh, I finally get the action reflection, new
Mhm.
action piece that we've been talking about. I get it. So that would have been an indicator under clinical method of learning that you achieved. Here's one, demonstrates awareness of one's ability to offer feedback related to learning and the process of spiritual care. You know that happens in group. So you'd add that to your tracker. So by the time you get to the end of the unit, you're going to have covered everything
Mhm.
under 1A.
Okay.
And there's 25 outcomes.
Okay.
So I don't want you to think just focus on the 3. Yes, focus on the 3, but as we go along, you're going to get others. So for example, Marcelo, today you did this. You talked about some transformative experiences in your life
Okay.
and how they impact your spiritual journey.
Mhm.
And as we talked about, I asked you about experiences with that whole machismo. How come you are different? You're
Mhm.
beginning to make those connections of how they intersect, the way you interact with your wife. You call her your partner in ministry, and you support her and she supports you. But you are also living with your own narrative around the role of women in the church. So you're beginning to achieve that goal. So
Okay.
that'll be one that you'd add to your tracker and say, this is how. Okay. And by the time we're done, you'll have covered all 25. So send Dan an email, ask him to send you the tracker Excel. You don't have to say Excel, the tracker document, and he'll send it to you. He sent it to everyone else, so he'll send it to you.
Oh, but I asked to the what person?
Dan,
Dan. Oh, okay.
Dan, Dan, Dan. And you just send him an email.
Okay.
Now, I am trying to come to visit with you. So this is the next email I need you to do. Your supervisor is who? Your site supervisor is Father Amos?
Yes.
Okay, so I need you to send an email to Father Amos with
Mhm.
me on it
Mhm.
saying, Father Amos, this is Donna Allen. She's my certified educated candidate. She wants to come to the hospital and shadow me on a visit.
Okay.
And what she'd like to know what to do to make that happen. And I'll communicate back with him, but I
Mhm.
need you to introduce me because I'm not
Okay.
Joseph.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
you. So would you do that in an email? And I'll communicate with him. And I'm going to come to the hospital one day when you're there. You'll know I'm coming. I'll
Okay.
go with you on 1 or 2 visits. We'll go sit down and talk about them so we can have an on-site face-to-face visit.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay? And I'd
Sure.
like to do it the first week of February. So we
Okay.
have some time. You get that email out. Okay.
Cool.
All right. I'll see you Wednesday.
Wednesday. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Did very well today. Very well. I'm so glad
Bye.
you're in the group. You're doing great. Thank